I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So thank you very much. That'll move us on to item 3.1, the extended COVID-19 learning plan. Mrs. Fitzpatrick.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Brinker. As you know, a great deal of our work has been spent getting our district ready and also preparing for the return for students to school in September. That return ended up being fully remote for our staff and our students in our learning plan. We also were taking a careful look at the conditions in our community and in our area. And after being remote now for several weeks, we've been spending a lot of time getting ready for the face-to-face return for our students. And so we're going to talk that through tonight. We continually call this our return to school plan because it's always about coming back to the school buildings, but we always like to point out that instruction has continued starting with that first day of school and through today. You'll hear from a number of administrators tonight, both from the district level and from our building level regarding the plan. If you'll recall, back in the end of July, we did present a plan for a face-to-face return for school, which was a hybrid approach, some learning taking place within the classrooms of our district and also some taking place remotely. That is the plan that we're going to discuss again tonight and review with you. And I know that there will be some questions throughout as we go through that plan this evening. And next. So the current remote plan that we are in, back in July when we did talk about a face-to-face plan, then in August we decided that it would be best for the district to begin the school year in a remote setting. And at that time we talked about it remaining through the end of the first quarter, which would be November the 6th of 2020. So tonight we are also recommending that the current plan stay in place until that Friday, November 6th, when we can close the end of the first quarter, the marking period, and make transitions for students as units demand. The plan being recommended tonight will now take effect on Monday, November the 9th, as long as Oakland County and our area remains in phase 4 of the state's phasing plan. But if our area moves to phase 3 or lower, meaning conditions would get worse for our area and we would officially be moved in that phase plan, then we would need to remain in the remote plan. But the indicators are showing us that things are trending in a good direction for us in the area, in a positive direction, and the management of this virus in the community is better. And so tonight's plan is all about getting students back in school starting on Monday, November the 9th for our K-8 students, and a continuation of the plan in place from Royal Oak High School, which you'll hear more about in just a few minutes. So because of a number of the things that we've been planning actually since March involve getting our facilities ready. So that's the safety and the planning that we can put in place for the return of staff and students to the building. We'd like to start off tonight's presentation with some information from our facilities committee, and that would be Ms. Kathy Abella and also Mr. Patrick Murphy, who's on the call tonight, and we'll be presenting some of the details around the facilities plan. So Ms. Abella.
Thank you, Mrs. Fitzpatrick. Next slide, please, Paula. We plan to share with you some of the activities that our facilities team has been working on, and we've been working since early in the summer to get back to school. Some of the things that our team was tasked with was to evaluate and secure cleaning supplies and devices that included all of our PPE, the masks, the gowns, the gloves, the face shields, wherever those are required. We have desk shields where those are also being utilized, procedures for cleaning and our staffing needs. We evaluated and recommended how we're going to do our meal servings, needs regarding transportation, and signage for hand washing and social distancing. Next slide, please. Some of the things that facilities recommended, and we are moving forward with, is masks are to be worn at all times for staff and students K through 12. Students will be asked to provide their own clean face covering each day. Any student who does not have one with them will be provided one at their building. Staff will be issued 4 cloth face coverings, and a clean one is to be worn each day. As far as hand washing goes, all classrooms with sinks have soap available. Each classroom in the district also has hand sanitizer available, in most cases right near the door. All hand dryers have been disabled and replaced with hand towels, and signs reinforcing hand washing have been installed in all restrooms. I'm going to ask Mr. Murphy to please explain the ventilation system in the district.
Good evening, everybody. I will talk to you a little bit about our ventilation system. First, I'd like to say thanks to everybody that served on the facilities committee. Everybody put in a lot of hours, a lot of hard work. I'd like to thank, particularly as we talk about this next subject, our HVAC team. Our approach was really through a lot of trial and error to get the most filtration and air circulation we could. Unfortunately, we had the time over the summer to experiment with different filter media so we could use the filter media that would be at the highest level of filtration to provide the highest level of safety for our students in the classroom. One of the things we have done also, in addition to increasing the effectiveness of the filter media to as high as possible to a MER 13 rating without affecting the overall performance of that equipment, is we have adjusted all the air intake systems and distribution systems to bring in 100% outside air. We do have a very state-of-the-art technical automated HVAC system in every building, which is a great advantage for our district because we can provide a level of filtration and air circulation that a lot of districts cannot. As I said, the filters have been upgraded. The air quality is at its highest level with the highest level of outside air added. And we feel we are in great shape to provide the best indoor air quality we can.
Next slide, please. Some of the other things that our team was tasked with was food service. And where we have landed is K-5 will eat breakfast in their classrooms, and all 6 elementaries will be receiving breakfast in the classroom. For the time being, we have through the free and reduced lunch, all students are free. So up until December 31st, or the funding through the federal government runs out, that will be provided free of charge. For lunch, the students will receive a grab and go type meal, sort of like what they're receiving right now outside Royal Oak High School and Royal Oak Middle School. They'll be receiving something similar, and that will be provided to them in a large space. And we're working on that with each building principal for the best spaces, make sure we're using social distancing, but that would give the kids another opportunity to move outside their classroom. 6-12, but right now for 6-8, we're going to spread students into large areas. They'll have a limited menu available, and the plexiglass for the servery and the point of service kiosks has been ordered. It's not installed yet, but we anticipate that coming very quickly. Mr. Murphy, could you please go over the enhanced cleaning services that we've secured?
Yes, we started early negotiations with our custodial services contractor, understanding that we would require a higher level of cleaning and sanitation in all of our classrooms and common areas. They came forward with a program referred to as an enhanced clean program. What this will result in is additional staff brought to the district that have been specifically trained in some of the higher level duties required for this enhanced clean process. We will have additional staff that will be circulating each and every building, sanitizing touch points throughout the day at a minimum of every 4 hours. All the restrooms will be cleaned every 4 hours. Each night, every classroom will be sanitized with an EPA and CDC approved disinfectant. All surfaces, desks, and any common equipment will be sanitized at that time as well. The additional staff will also be responsible for training any new custodians that come in. All existing custodians have been trained in the enhanced clean process. And there will be, just prior to start, a broad range disinfection of each building before the students or teachers enter for the start of face-to-face instruction.
Mr. Murphy and I met with our managers from ABM today to ensure all of these cleaning protocols, the signage, so that we're insured, or you'll feel insured as you go into the classroom spaces, that they were cleaned in a manner that we are expecting as part of this plan. So we're confident, and we've ordered some additional signage for social distancing, arrows for hallways, things like that through ABM, and those things should be with us soon.
Yeah, and each teacher will find when they enter their classroom a checklist that will indicate all the tasks that were performed in that room, and it'll be signed and dated by the custodian that claimed it the evening before.
Yes, we saw that today, and we thought that was an interesting thing, and it will ensure all staff members that it will be initialed and dated so that you'll know what was cleaned that evening. The classroom cleaning, since K-5 will be staying with their cohort all day, the cleaning will be providing once a day for the classroom. Mr. Murphy already pointed out that the other areas will be cleaned every 4 hours, including bathrooms. For 6-8, there's limited movement, so ABM will clean between classes. And of course, we're going to be cleaning between groups of children in those lunch areas that I was discussing a little bit earlier on in the presentation. So be assured that we have put a lot of thought into this enhanced cleaning service and the chemicals that we are using during that. As far as transportation is concerned, masks are to be worn at all times. In addition, each student is asked to use hand sanitizer, which has been installed on every bus as they enter the bus. Buses will be cleaned between each run, and wherever possible, they will have windows open in those buses. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Pat, did you have something else?
I just wanted to add also that on every bus, we have a paraprofessional there to assist the driver to make sure that our kids, our special education kids, are compliant with the mask wearing procedures, and they maintain appropriate social distancing from each other.
Thank you. Yes. As far as water is concerned, all staff and students are to supply their own water bottle. All drinking fountains have been disabled. Water bottle fillers are available in all buildings and at Royal Oak High School in the Athletic Plaza. We do have some additional ones that we're hoping to receive soon, but we have plenty across the district that can be used between classes for students. In the restrooms, you'll see that every other sink has been labeled so we can ensure social distancing. We want to make sure everybody stays 6 feet apart, and we're going to limit the number of students available in each restroom. Signs have been installed for hand washing and for social distancing. And as far as technology goes, our recommendation would be that a device is assigned to each student, and the devices that are shared will be cleaned between uses. Mr. Murphy, is there anything else that you would like to add?
Only that this is an evolving process, and as we get ready, as the countdown begins, there are items that are being brought up by our administrators or members of our committee, and we've been able to meet every challenge as we've moved along, and we're confident we're going to be able to meet any future challenges going forward.
Thank you. I believe the next slide is the next group. So thank you. We'll be on for any questions though.
I'd like to just pause for a second. And Mr. Murphy, could you explain the significance of the electrostatic machines? That was on the slide, and that's a significant investment for our district. And I just, if you could share with us what that's about.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I should have included that in my original statement. But the part of the enhanced cleaning process is we have secured, and our custodial contractor has secured several electrostatic and low volume disinfectant sprayers. The purpose of that is we can go through after an area has been wiped down and spray the area or mist the area with an electrostatically charged machine that sprays out very, very fine droplets. And because they're electrostatically charged, they cling to literally every surface that mist passes over. This is a device that has been in use for many, many years in hotels, and particularly on cruise ships. to disinfect from any communicable virus. Any other questions?
Mrs. Van Heidsma.
So a couple questions. So just in talking to, I know some of the things I've heard with other schools, what is our procedures and plans in the event, we have a student that tests positive, is ill? What is our procedures and plans on and protocols for what's going to happen if that occurs? I mean, in some other districts I've talked to people, they're in pods, and so that entire pod is in quarantine for 2 weeks and so forth, et cetera. What is our specific plan for that in the event that it occurs?
So what facilities has been charged with if we have a sick child is we have identified sick rooms and alternate rooms in each school, and those rooms will be outfitted with the appropriate PPE for staff member to keep a close eye on that child until their parent or guardian is able to come and get them. And then maintenance or custodial will be informed that that space needs to come and be sanitized before another student would use or staff member would use that space. As far as how the groupings and how that would be identified, I believe that was in the operations committee about that. It looks like Ms. Fitzpatrick may have that.
We are going to cover some other policies and procedures moving forward about, we've learned a lot of new terms during this process, like close contact, confirmed close contact of a close contact. We're very appreciative that we've received some flow charts, memo templates from our county health department, as well as guidance from our nurses that have been hired specifically to work with Royal Oak Schools and the nurses at large in the Oakland County Health Department system, to give us advice on exactly who would need to quarantine moving forward, who would need to stay home for those 14 days, and which students would not be considered close contact, but would be informed by a letter from the district that there had been a confirmed case, but not so much so that that individual student needed to be quarantined. So as we move through tonight's presentation, we're going to talk a little bit with our operations committee that worked on that, Ms. Van Heidsma, and I will make sure that they address some specific examples regarding that. Were there other questions from the board regarding facilities?
Mary Ann, you were muted.
I thought I was still unmuted, sorry. So additionally, as we figure out how the students are going to be having lunch and who's going to be with them when they're having lunch. And so they're still going to be outside the classroom space in a bigger space with more students. The same question applies. What do we do in the event, we have in the gym, there's 100 kids or in the cafeteria, what is the protocol related to that as well? And then again, who's going to be with the students if somebody becomes ill? Like, I think you mentioned a teacher or something, but specifically, how is that? Who's going to be with that student as well if that happens until somebody comes to pick them up?
So the students will be monitored in the sick room, and in most cases, these are in a close proximity. We would have an adult outside the room until the parents would come to pick them up, but not sitting in the room. And clearly, we would never have more than one child if there's a suspected illness. We would not have them together in the same space, which is why Ms. Abella said that we would have alternate spaces. With regard to the lunchroom, as students eat lunch, the CDC guideline is masks on our children unless you're eating, which is why the buildings with the open spaces and the large group areas that will be used for lunch will be set up as such that the students are at a minimum of 6 feet apart while eating. They'll be in a location where they'll be seated to eat. They won't be up and about moving without masks. They'll be seated to eat, and to do that, if a student has eaten lunch and then has been reported to be positive, we would have to take a look at who was in that grouping or that cluster for lunch. The health department has also given us a recommendation to work from seating charts, whether in the classroom or in the lunchrooms as much as possible, so that it is clear who would need to be notified that there was a case in the area where their child has been, or where they would have been in close contact for a prolonged period of time. with a student that has been a confirmed contact. And so those are the situations that we would work through given whatever notification we get about each student. That's why putting the kids in groups and understanding where they've been in a day is essential. We also will be notifying parents of any confirmed cases that we have.
And will students also have, what I call the recess, the running around and being a kid time? And will that be allowed to be mask-free time? I mean, are there going to be some mask-free time that the students have? And just another comment, the water bottle filling stations, to me are a little scary germ fests, because having watched students at the high school just put their mouths on those water filling stations, just some food for thought there. We need to have, obviously water for the children. They need to remain hydrated, but just having witnessed firsthand some of how the students use the water filling stations, just some additional thoughts there.
So we'll coach them on the appropriate use of a bottle for the bottle filler and not drinking out of that's why the drinking fountain portion of all the bottle filler stations have been disabled, so that it's purely for a bottle. But we will go over appropriate use of those machines for sure with our students and the members in the building. The other piece of the notification around that and the running around outside, we're talking about outdoor recess. We also have guidance from the health department about outdoor play. The need for outdoor play and exercise, obviously for our children. The lunch hour does include a time to eat and a time to be outside, weather permitting, and we would want to make sure we take advantage of that as much as possible. And also with regard to cleaning the materials. I'm going to allow as the presentation goes on, I'm going to ask our groups that are talking about outdoor recess to also include any other recommendations that we have for that time and with regard to masks or no masks. Right now, our athletes playing outside are wearing masks, because at any given time, you're going to pass by or run by another student. And so we think that's still going to be important. But we also know if they're socially distant, that they should be able to enjoy some minutes of mask-free time as well. But I'll make sure that we have that clearly defined for you.
Mrs. Anderson?
I'm wondering about the hydrostatic machines, how many we have and how they're going to be used and how often in each building.
Right now we have 3 hydrostatic machines. We have 12 low volume misters. The low volume misters are used daily. The hydrostatic machines will be used once a week, and we have more hydrostatic machines on the way into the district.
So does that mean each building will be done every day, or I'm just wondering about the frequency?
Each building will receive low volume misting every day. The hydrostatic cleaning will be done once a week.
But Mr. Murphy, the buildings are cleaned. That spray is not the only means of cleaning or sanitizing our spaces, correct?
That is correct.
Mrs. Van Heitzman?
Mr. Murphy, any of the products that we're using, are there any allergens or anything that have known allergic reactions for any of the students or staff?
There are always people that are allergic to just about anything. We have supplied the SDS sheets. Mary Beth, I don't know if we posted those or not of the materials that we are using. We have. Okay. These are, they're very, very effective materials, and they are labeled and approved by the CDC and EPA for control of SARS and COVID viruses.
Just one more question too, as we can just layer on flu season and stuff, is there any protocols that are going to change as we move into flu season, which probably starts, soon too?
I don't know that there are any protocols that are going to change, because the symptoms are very much the same. The viruses are spread in much the same manner. So we're operating under a holistic approach, and it will probably have a desired or positive effect in both cases.
All good to move on? So the next series of presentations will be from the different levels within our district, from pre-K through 12, including special education and all of the levels of learning in our district. And they're each going to present a review of basically the plan that was also shared with you at the end of July, which is now the return to school in a hybrid learning format, both face-to-face, synchronous learning over the computer if they're not in the building, and then asynchronous that will occur on the off days and off hours from being in school. Next slide. So I'd like to introduce our team tonight. Ms. Olson, if you could take that, the group that will introduce the elementary plans.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. Nice to see all of you virtually again. The next several slides are a review of the plans and designs that were created over the summer by our teams. And obviously we've broken it into levels because that's how that instruction is delivered. And we're going to hear from our special education department as well. We have some slides in here about the virtual academy. And basically, this is really a review of the plans that were worked on over the summer with that. And we will certainly be taking questions when we're done or as we go along. Either is fine. I'd like to turn it over right now to Marcy Dryden, our principal from Keller Elementary, and Jennifer Nipper, our principal from Northwood Elementary, and they will talk to us about elementary details.
Good evening, and thanks for having us again. Like Mrs. Olson and Mrs. Fitzpatrick said, this is all going to sound very familiar to you because this is the same information that I shared with you back in July, with some more details added in and a couple new pieces. So let me begin. Once again, we're going to have our two cohorts where we have a cohort A and a cohort B. We are going to look at last names to help with families in different grade levels. So we're going to look at A and K for Monday and Wednesday and L through Z for Tuesday and Thursday. Obviously, some of our classes might not be completely equal. So these are general guidelines. And we know that there's some classes that we're going to have to balance, and that's okay. Our arrival and dismissal times will be within 10 minutes of the 8:30 a.m. arrival and the 3:30 p.m. dismissal. And here's something that is new, that we are now going to start, all students will be remote learners on Friday morning with synchronous lessons, and then asynchronous lessons or asynchronous learning in the afternoon. Teachers will be assigning asynchronous work on the days when students are remote. And once again, we will not have late starts on Wednesday. Next slide, please. Thank you. Once again, the students will stay with their cohort throughout the school day. And in accordance with the Oakland County ordinance, students will wear their masks all day with the exceptions of times when they are eating, which was mentioned earlier. Here's some really good news. A bag lunch will be available to order via the school lunch program, and lunch is free for all students through December 2020. Students will be appropriately distanced while eating, which was mentioned earlier as well. And we will have outdoor recess or gym will be provided daily, weather permitting, of course. And then now our specials classes will be taught in person as well.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Jennifer Nipper, the principal from Northwood. I'm going to talk to you a bit about our at-home learning and what that will look like for your students. So we will have asynchronous learning Monday through Thursday, and this will happen on the days that your child is not in person with us at school, on their alternate days. During this time will be independent practice. And the independent practice will be a continuation of the instruction and lessons that were given the day before at school. These opportunities for students will range depending on the student's developmental needs and grade level. All students will join morning meetings Monday through Friday. So even when our students are not with us at school, they get to be a part of their classroom community and get to see their teacher and be a part of that every single day of the week. So we're excited for that opportunity for our students. Also, this learning may include live opportunities with specialist teachers and media technicians. So we may have optional extra special time in classes that will happen synchronously when students are at home. And also we may have some time with our media technicians where they will have read alouds and some literacy work for our students to join. Fridays, all students will join remotely for a live morning meeting, which Mrs. Dryden just explained. And we'll have also 2 30-minute content-related live lessons. So this is new for us because right now everything's asynchronous on Fridays. So now our students get to connect with each other and their teachers on Friday mornings. And teachers will communicate the schedule to everyone before November 9th. And then finally, we have our RTI interventions, and these are going to occur synchronously as scheduled by our RTI coordinator. And what we're planning on doing is having these interventions happen on the days that your child is not in school with us. So they're not being pulled from the classroom while they're there for those 2 days, but they're getting that intervention time while they're at home on the opposite days with synchronously with the RTI coordinator. Next slide, please. Finally, this is just a visual for what we just explained. It's showing all 3 phases and the learning that will take place during that time. I want to take a moment just to thank all of the teachers and staff that helped us over the summer and over the beginning of the school year here to come up with this plan for our students, as we think it's a good plan for our students, and everyone put a lot of work into it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, are there any questions for the elementary group before we move on?
Mrs. Anderson.
So as I recall, about 200 staff people participated in the one that was presented originally. What kind of participation did we have in the changes that have been made since then?
So we actually, I was going to add, when Jen was thanking the teachers for coming and working with us over the summer and at the beginning of the year, we have met with them to review our plan and to look at things that we could add. So, you know, they were able to join us last week to make sure that we had a good plan in place. That's elementary.
So it was the same group pretty much from, or okay, thank you.
Yep, it was the exact same instructional task team that I worked with, that Jen and I worked with over the summer and at the beginning of the year.
We have representation from multiple levels and multiple areas, all within elementary and buildings, multiple buildings.
So based on the slide that you're showing, since we are in phase 4 and we will be doing a hybrid model, the gate to go to phase 5, or the gate to go to 4 days or possibly 5 days a week, would be for Oakland County to go into phase 5. Is that the intent?
Correct.
Thank you. Mrs. Van Heidsma.
So some of the comments and questions I've been hearing. So when the students are, the group A is in classes on Mondays and Wednesdays, who supports them on the Tuesdays and Thursdays and vice versa? As the staff is then, you know, working with whatever students are in person on those days. And just to clarify, I guess, for the audience, what subjects the students are getting virtual and what subjects they'll be receiving through the hybrid model. Thank you.
They will be receiving everything, all of their subjects during the school day in person. Our intent is that on the days that they are learning at home, it will be that independent practice from the lessons they received the day before. And that will be scheduled and delivered through Canvas, our learning management system that we already have in place. So those schedules will be on Canvas for our students to hop on like they're doing already. It's so great that they already know how to do all of that. We had all this practice already with it. So they'll be able to jump on there and see what they're doing for the day with their independent practice, which will look like reading, writing, math, all of that work that they can do independently.
So I guess just to further press on the question, so particularly for kindergartners that are new to school and first graders and such, on those other days that they're working independently, what other supports are available to them? If their parents are working from home and they just and some students, let's realize some students aren't as great at independent learning as others. So how do we support them on those alternate days?
We will have.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mrs. Dryden. Go ahead. Okay. So we will have our teachers will be teaching in the classroom. So they will not be able to support live with our students, but we do have that synchronous time where our teachers, our specials teachers, like we talked about, our media techs, RTI interventions and coordinators will be able to check in with our students. Trying to think of how else I can.
Well, there's also the morning meeting every day with each
the
class.
morning, thank you.
And I think there's also a component where parents can get questions answered for the teacher and leave notes for the teacher through, do they do that in the Canvas product?
They can do
Yes.
it there. They can do it within email also. Every teacher has their own platform of reaching out.
And I think the other piece that I can add here is that the day before, when they're in their class with their teacher, the teacher will be sending them home with materials. So it's not like they're sitting on the computer and having to work through that technology piece as well. These are tangible things that they can do at home from the practice of the day before. Right. So it could even be, reading, looking at, letters and things like that they can have visual, tangible things at home with them. So we right now have a Friday material pickup. So we won't need to do that. The teachers will be able to send that home and they'll be able to give the exact materials that they need for the next day for the students. Right now, our teachers are prepping all the materials a week ahead of time. So this will be nice. It'll be, it'll be taught, and then the next day they'll have those pieces to practice.
I'm back again. So the students that are going to choose to remain within the virtual because they don't feel safe coming into the classroom, do we also provide them pickup materials as well? So they have that ability to pick up materials? Okay.
Yep, we've been doing that for quite a few weeks now with them coming up to the building that they are enrolled in and being able to get those materials as well. They've picked up books and all kinds of stuff.
Do we have, similar to meals, sometimes we deliver materials because perhaps somebody doesn't have the ability to pick up. Are we addressing that as well for those who may not be able to pick up materials?
Yes.
Yes, we have done that as well.
Yeah. Our PTAs have been amazing.
Mrs. Buer.
I have two questions that I didn't. One is probably going to reach for all grade levels, and the other is specifically for this. Are we offering any kind of latchkey or before or after school care for the days that kids are in school, the same group that's already in school?
Yes, we have a slide, and Ms. Ashburn is ready to present about details about the Latchkey program tonight. Yes.
Okay, great. And my second question is for people who maybe committed to the idea of going in person, but might have second thoughts and would really prefer to stay virtual. Is that an option for them to opt into that program? I know it's going to be different, but I just wonder if there's some people who are going to feel a little bit not ready just because we're ready and we know that we've done the right safety things, but they might still be some people that just aren't quite there yet.
Sure. We also have a slide for the virtual academy tonight as well with details for families on what their options will be.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Sure.
Next slide, Paula. Hi, everybody. I'm Jane Flaherty Graham, Director of Special Education. Good evening. Similar to my colleagues, our goals for special education and hybrid learning are similar to what was shared in July. Our goal is to provide face-to-face learning for our students with IEPs, and as long as we are keeping them healthy and safe as they return to school. We want to provide a more intensive small group instruction while following a reduced schedule to ensure safe learning environments. So you'll see in a following slide that some of our students who receive academic support will be involved in their gen ed time for the 2 days, as mentioned by the elementary principals. And then they're going to get additional small group instruction on another day with their academic support teachers. So we can ensure that they're going to be given the time that they need. And then finally, our goal is to continue to improve our delivery of remote learning opportunities for our students with IEPs by utilizing synchronous learning. It's been a new learning curve for all of us. And I think as administrators and teachers and parents and families, we've all grown similar, not to where we were last March. So that's a positive trend, and we want to continue to to make our learning stronger in this remote learning area. So we're prepared to face what might be coming our way. Next slide. So in terms of our IEP meetings and evaluations, all of our IEP meetings will continue to be held virtually this year. They've been going well, and it's an opportunity for parents who are working to perhaps schedule something during a lunch hour and not have to travel. So this has served us well, and we're going to continue with this model. All of our IEPs were reviewed at the start of the school year by the student's caseload manager. And of course, our annual review meetings will be scheduled, and we'll continue to honor all timelines. Compliance is something that we can't avoid, and we take seriously here in Royal Oak, and we've done well with. So we're going to maintain our record of delivery. In-person evaluations that were required during last spring when we had a school closure, they've been conducted this fall. So we prioritized as a district for all those families that perhaps had something that they had signed an agreement back in February before the closure or the beginning of March. So our school psychologists in every building organized, met with parents, and those evaluations have been completed or underway. And then as future requests come about, we will continue to hold those evaluations in person with the appropriate PPE, and we'll do in person as long as we can, unless we are moved back to phase 3. Next slide. All of our self-contained programs for our students, as many families know, that we have been servicing our special ed students with the greatest need. We've been doing in-person instruction. We provided ESY during the summer, and then we began this fall with in-person instruction. And so we feel confident that we're ready to move forward, and also we'll be able to increase time for our students in this hybrid model. So at all levels, students will participate in face-to-face instruction 4 times per week, and also receive ancillary services in their IEP. Fridays will be dedicated to professional development, planning time, and synchronous learning opportunities for students. So an example would be our self-contained ASD programs or level 3 programs, or students with emotional impairment. Those students are meeting with their teachers 4 times a week in person, Monday through Thursday. And then on Friday, they will also be engaged in a synchronous whole group learning session And that will be an opportunity for our students who are virtual learners to also be able to participate with their classroom peers. So in terms of special education, we're increasing our time because we've already been delivering in-person instruction. Our ECSE students will increase their in-person time from 2 to 3 hours 2 times per week. So again, our little guys who are 3 to 5 years old and are receiving special ed services have been coming in 2 times per week and receiving 2 hours of instruction. Now they will receive 3 hours of instruction 2 times per week. Our TRAILS program, our adult transition program, is going to follow the same schedule in terms of increasing their time to 4 times per week with in-person learning. And that will also include the service time for speech, OT, PT, and social work. Next slide. Academic support for all students K-12. I think I might have mentioned it earlier that students with IEPs will follow. That slide doesn't look correct to me, but students with IEPs will follow the same AB schedule as their gen ed peers. So they will be coming to school with their gen ed peers. If they're a second grade student, they'll be with their second grade classroom for the 2 days per week. And then in addition, they will be face-to-face on another day with their academic support teacher. So they're getting their gen ed time, and then they're also getting more intensified half-day small group learning with their academic support teacher. Students will be provided with take-home materials following a day of instruction. So similar to what Mrs. Dryden mentioned, that our special ed teachers, our gen ed teachers at the elementary level realize that many of our students need those hands-on opportunities for learning, and therefore when they meet with their academic support teacher, they'll be provided with additional materials to assist them during the week. That's taken place actually since the beginning of the school year. Many materials and resources, whether it could be fidgets, it could be a calculator, it could be counting manipulatives, it could be any of that. Many of our students were provided that in September, and our paraprofessional staff actually assembled and delivered materials to some of our students' homes when they couldn't come in. So we're ready to go. And then finally, our ancillary support staff, PT, OT, speech, and social work will be provided during these times. So our goal is to keep our students with their gen ed peers and then provide an additional layer of support on another day. Next slide. And finally, our youngest little ones are infants and toddlers, birth to 3. In phase 4, Royal Oak Schools will continue to follow the recommended guidelines for servicing our birth to 3 population. And right now, our early end programming is typically provided in the student's home. And we all realize that our families and our staff and our students and babies their safety is most important to us. And so with that in mind, we will not be providing in-person instruction in our homes at this time, that our students and our toddlers will receive services through the virtual model, which has been happening to ensure their safety and well-being, and that in-person services will be considered if Michigan moves to phase 5. So we certainly want to make sure that our little ones who might have medical conditions and our families and our staff remain safe. So those services will be virtual for now. Any questions? All right.
So Ms. Flaherty, so how did we assess these students? So we know that the challenge for them is that, they could lose learning a lot quicker than some of our gen ed students. So what kind of assessments do we do for these students this fall? And how are we, I guess, getting them, back on track as we need to?
Well, we held probably 700 contingency learning plans, which was an opportunity for our families to meet individually with their caseload manager. And during that time, our caseload managers reviewed their students' academic progress. I mean, we were responsible. We provided instruction from March through June. In June, a student with an IEP is required to receive a progress report along with their IEP. So they have IEP goals that are written. We look at and we assess all along what's happening with that student. And then we report to the parents in June where that student is. And so we had that information, as well as our teachers had some students received extended school year services. So any data that was collected through summer learning, I think we had 85 families who participated in that. So that data was available to them. And then all of our students are currently, they've taken the NWEA assessments that are given for all students K-12. So a combination of looking at their progress through their goals and objectives, through ESY, through NWEA, through parent report, through the Oakland County Intermediate School District published a 68-page document this summer about how to conduct virtual assessments and dynamic assessments, and how to use all that information that we currently have and possess in order to plan for our students. So I think a very thorough information system. Anybody else?
Any further questions?
Thank you.
Good evening. This is Angela Ashburn, the Early Childhood Program Director. Paula, can you move to the next slide? Thank you. For phase 3 and what we're doing in the fall, we've had 3 and 4-year-old childcare has the option to reopen if emergency protocols that the state has are met and we meet minimal enrollment numbers. Our GSRP, early childhood special ed, and early intervention programs for phase 3 follow the elementary plan, and the other tuition preschool programs are closed. We are going to move in on November 9th to having our 3 and 4-year-old childcare program reevaluated based on the number of enrollees, and we will have Young Oaks enrollments. We will start that in the next week, and that will be a lottery system based on if the students come during the A or the B days. So they will be offered an option of care on the days that they actually have instruction. Of course, that is still limited because we have a limited space and we have to practice social distancing guidelines. When we move into phase 5, and as you saw in the elementary plan, they return for 4 days, we will have to hold a new lottery because we will essentially double our students. So the good news is we get to, for this phase, have more students take advantage of the program because we're splitting it over those days. We will be sharing that information with parents in the next week and then having that lottery. Tuition preschool, they will be starting on November 9th. blended tuition preschool will not start at this time because of the early childhood special ed program and meeting the needs of the students that are in those classrooms. As Jane had explained, they're increasing their time from 2 to 3 hours and spreading those students' times out. And they are actually currently meeting, as our GSRP students are currently meeting twice a week for 2 hours. They will move on November 9th to meet every morning for a half day. And they will do remote learning in the afternoon because we do not have a virtual academy for that group. And we do have some students who are virtual, so we need to accommodate all those learners. And that's how we are going to meet the needs of all of our learners. We have to continue to follow the licensing and regulatory affair guidelines and GSRP grant guidelines.
Are there any questions for Ms. Ashburn on ECC or the Young Oaks Latchkey?
Mrs. Anderson.
So it says if all emergency protocols identified by the state are followed and minimum enrollment levels are met, what are those? What are the minimum enrollment levels?
So minimum enrollment levels for childcare would be where we are not losing money every month. So we have to have at least 2 staff in those rooms for childcare. And when we ran it in the summer at a slight loss, and then we had a number of people not return. We are planning on advertising like we have with our tuition preschool to increase that enrollment and hopefully reopen that program because the 3 and 4-year-old childcare is currently closed. It closed, I believe it was September 4th. I'd have to look at the date.
So we're not exactly sure that this will happen, or are we sure that it's going to happen?
We're not sure when and if that will happen.
Thank you.
But we are working on it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'd now like to introduce our middle school team. They're going to talk about what will be going on starting on the 9th for ROMs.
Thanks, Mary Beth. My name is Dan Colligan. I'm one of the assistant principals at Royal Oak Middle School. It's a pleasure to be here and to talk about our middle school plans tonight with everyone and handle any questions you might have after. So we're very excited. What I want to first report is how awesome of a job our teachers and kids and families are doing in our current plan. We are, the state has a barrier of 75% engagement, and that's what they kind of said, hey, try to hit that mark, And we get to report this really awesome stat today that we're hitting 99%. And we are very happy with that. We're super excited for our kids and our families and our teachers, and just echoes the incredible work that they're putting in and the kind of commitment they have and that they're having fun, I think, in the online learning protocols and what we're doing in those fashions and just picking up where they where we want them to get to and want to get to by the end of this quarter. So we're super excited to report that and really proud of our teachers for how hard they're working to get those engagement levels there and to follow up with kids when they need to work. We get a lot of interesting situations out there, of course, and they're tackling each one with the right kind of desire and vigor to get it done. And it's just super impressive. So where do we move to from here? Basically, just like in elementary school and just like what you've heard before, these plans were laid out in July, and they're laid out by groups of teachers and administrators working together to kind of figure out what is the best forward for us. Our plan hasn't deviated much from those July 28th discussions in terms of what we want to do in a hybrid model. We are still talking about cohorting, just like our K-5 cohorts, A through K Monday and Wednesday, and student last names L through Z Tuesday and Thursday. We will have, it's a hybrid model because there's partially remote learning and partially in-person learning. And that's what makes it that remote fashion. And that comes with some challenges that our teachers are going to be diving into and we're going to be diving into together, and some benefits for our kids in terms of what they can do, and the opportunity to get back in face with kids is something that we have a ton of teachers who just really want that interaction again. And I know we have students who are excited to see each other again in a physical space. So our plan is built, as we talked about in July 28th, with the idea that we can satisfy all of the requirements in the ideas of the facilities presented, cohorting students, learning groups with students, mass, of course, and making sure that our safeties are our top priority. And that includes our students' social emotional safety as well. So in those cohorts, cohort A, cohort B, we just kind of here have a quick rundown of when they meet, when you're going to be remote and when you're going to be in person. Remote does look like asynchronous in the morning, but we wanted to work really hard, and we'll describe in a couple slides how we want our students who are not in person with us on that day still to have a touch point with teachers and still to have the ability to connect with their whole class in a meaningful way that allows them to still feel very much a part of the school and very much a part of the class on those days they're off. When I say off, I mean just not allowed to come in person, because we want to keep those class sizes around 11 to 15 in those rooms. So, and of course, our focus here is on maximizing those opportunities for personalized instruction for kids, allowing them to be those inquirers we want them to be, and to jump into those conversations and really work forward in our curriculum. Paul, we'll move to the next. Nice, good timing. All right, so in our in-person school day, we're going to have students, and we are pretty close in grade level. In the 6th grade, we're almost 100%. By 7th and 8th grade, we're really close to above 80% between each classes, where kids will stay in the same room and teachers will move to them to really take advantage of those learning groupings. That was alluded to earlier by Ms. Van Heitzma in terms of one way that we try to make sure safety is one of our top priorities in middle school. Of course, we'll wear masks all day, as is the Oakland County ordinance. Our classes will be 75 minutes long. So that 75 minutes long has a couple advantages to it. Our typical class, if we were in, if this were October 2019, is 50 minutes long. The 75-minute long class, what that allows us to do is kind of break up the class into a couple different 25-minute sections, allowing us to kind of do some different do some different approaches in that room, and also allow for some time in that room to have some kind of relaxing time, like some growth mindset time, some time just to take a step back from the learning for a second and be able to do things like use the bathroom. Because remember that we are not going to have passing time per se. So there's not going to be the normal middle school time that kids would kind of talk about, is that 5 minutes in between classes where they can find their best friend that wasn't in that class before and report what happened. We're going to miss out on that a little bit, because we can't obviously have kids running through hallways and going through hallways to meet each other. So we need to provide that time for bathroom spaces and those things. So 75 minutes gives us that opportunity for their 3 classes in the morning. At that point, our morning in-person learning sessions kind of end at 11:55. Students at that point, if their families desire, can choose to go home to do the remote part of the learning for that day in their home base, kind of grabbing a lunch on the go and being able to kind of go out of the building and head home where they can take their mask off, relax, and go work on that work they got assigned during the morning. If students would like to, they can stay at ROMS too, eat lunch with us, stay with us in a safe environment, and take advantage of our wireless connection and the possibility of bringing a computer device in to work from ROMS to make that work. If they come to lunch, we will be able to do some social distance while eating. A lot of that will depend on how many students will change. Not the social distancing will happen, but how we run lunch will depend on how many students are going to stay with us in those afternoons. Our PM sessions are built around a conferencing model. It's very similar to what we are currently doing on Mondays and what the high school is doing currently Tuesday through Friday. And what we do there is we have time available set up for each class, a 30-minute chunk where kids can connect as a whole class, but do it remotely. That's why it's still hybrid. We're not, even though we're going to in-person, there's a lot of still technology stuff that we're doing. I want to make sure we remind our families that this very much still is a virtual learning model. We just now get the opportunity to bring some kids in twice a week. Now, at those at-home days, there'll be asynchronous learning from 8 to 11:55. What that looks like essentially is extending on what they did in class, or doing some prep work to be ready for the in-class instruction that they're going to move into. It's really important to note, to be able to have live instruction happening while instruction's happening in person, we would need to double our staff. And quite frankly, Michigan hasn't really increased educational funding enough to pull that together. So what we're going to do instead is make sure kids can have the right things they need to get ready for that next day in class, or extend their learning that they did previously. We still are monitoring assignment completion through Canvas, and our teachers now are 100% up on Canvas, and our grades are there, and we're trying to be a one-stop shop for our parents as well, and families. We will, for those at-home days, offer social emotional support. It will be remotely, of course, when you're at home. but you'll have a chance to connect with counselors and social workers and just do some things that make it more school-like and build that community during that time as well. As we said, when you're at home, you have the opportunity to touch base with your teachers on those days and those conferencing hours. So you still get that touch point. We think that's really important as we move to a hybrid model. And then, of course, on Fridays, we're adding 3 synchronous sessions. We can now say synchronous. We know what that is now. 3 live sessions that will run in the same time frame, those 75-minute classes, and have a chance to get the whole class together. So where Mondays are typically thought of as launch days, Fridays could be typically thought of as just that opportunity to see each other as a whole class, really deliver kind of the clarity of expectations of what's going to happen the next week with what's going to go on. And then we know that's really important to the learning process. And finally, this slide hasn't changed much since July 28th, but we are currently, we are operating on the all virtual side now. We're moving into that hybrid model, and hopefully soon we can move into that full class model where we get to be together, because that means we're in a really good space in terms of the pandemic and in a really good and we'll feel really good about being there. So that's kind of it for the presentation. Any questions?
Can I just ask you, Mr. Colligan, to talk about that student going home and for the parents that want their children to go home for lunch and then log back onto the computer in the afternoon once they're home?
Right.
What that looks, it's not quite as casual as it may sound.
Sorry, and that's my fault. I tend to speak in a very casual manner. I'll blame it on my upbringing. But essentially what will happen is well before, we'll have a system in place where parents will tell us that their student is both ready for school and also is allowed to head home after their 11:55. So we'll have that tracking in place there. We'll be taking attendance for the students who are staying, so we'll know exactly where they are when the students are supposed to be here, and that's a good communication point to parents as well. And that's not just a kind of a walk out the building time. That's a very designed avenue where you're either heading to lunch or we know that you're supposed to leave and you can leave. And then our expectation from that is, and one of the purpose, honestly, is that we heard a lot from our parents over summer that I don't think my kid can stay in school with my 14-year-old, my 13-year-old. They're not going to want to keep that mask on. Remember that, in middle school, we don't quite have recess. And if we had recess, it'd be like 600 kids outside. So it's not quite the same as the recess in the elementary schools. So this is kind of the version of like being able to have that choice we know that, it might be hard to stick with that mask on in the building for 4 hours, but to let them leave and, be able to work from home in a comfortable environment because they can still log in and connect with their teachers. And that's still really important because those conference times are available to all students. So that's the entire class again, meeting together if need be for those individual touch points. And we have some teachers doing amazing things on Mondays in those conferencing and really getting a chance to get to know their kids.
Thank you.
Mrs. Anderson.
So there'll be attendance being taken in the morning and for the afternoon sessions?
Yeah, so attendance, good question. Thank you. Yeah, we take attendance basically every class. So the afternoon classes, even though what I described were conferences and kind of going through that way, our kids who are staying in the building, we need to know that they're there and they're safe. So we're going to have basically kind of like our LEAP class would have been. That'll take place after lunch. So there's another touch point for attendance.
So the students who stay, who's supervising them and where will they be?
So it's a team effort. So they're going to be, remember that they're kind of in learning groups. And what I described before is that they are kind of in the same room all morning, most of them. That is also their afternoon room. Remember that anytime we leave that space, we got to clean that space. So the more we can keep it together like the elementary described, then that cleaning happens at the end of the day. We're working our schedule through to where we can kind of go in and out of some classrooms to offer some time in the middle of the day to make sure they're clean and make sure that we can get a professional cleaning job done in between.
And my last question for now is, you talked about club advisors. Tell us about the clubs that are available or what's going on with that.
Yeah, so we have, one of the things we're really proud of is that I think we have over 30 student clubs and organizations at Royal Oak Middle School, and I'm tempted to say you're not going to find a middle school with more. But what we, it's hard to get that started now. There's 3 big reasons for that. One is they're virtual, and our kids are, quite frankly, WebExed and Google Meeted out by the end of their day on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. The other big hurdle there is those clubs are run by our teachers. And I can't stress enough to anybody listening out there how crazy difficult and intense the job is to teach online and to run discussions and to be so used to being able to take the pulse of the room by just looking over and getting those feedback mechanisms in, and now trying as best you can to do that through technology and through a device. It's hard. And so quite frankly, I think some of our clubs probably have been a little slower to get off the ground because it's tiring and it's exhausting. But we're going to get better, and there's a lot of plans, and I know there's a lot of desires to have those clubs up and running as soon as possible. And in terms of everyone by their name, we do post those on our website, and we will be actively making sure they're updated with meeting times as soon as they really get off the ground and start running. And we hope to be able to utilize some of that time that we might have in that middle of the day and other places to make those touch points. But I know our student connectors, which are an important club for us to make sure our 7th and 8th graders have that leadership experience and community building experience to get to know our 6th graders and make sure our 6th graders feel connected to ROMs. They've been meeting on Mondays, and they've been having hosting sessions led by Mr. Bettman, who's doing an amazing job. I think Ms. Chambers and some others who are just doing a fantastic job just getting everybody ready to go and having kids kind of connect with each other in those sessions, and even running their own WebEx, which, kids, that kind of brings them the joy too.
Thank you.
Mrs. Van Heitzman.
Couple questions. So I'll start with the easy one, I think. But so we know we distributed 3,000 devices, right? So between the spring and now, and so how are we, come November, going to accommodate the need that will then be in the schools? I'm not super excited about the shared device concept. I mean, it's pretty hard to clean keyboards. I mean, realistically. So, but what is the expectation for the technology for the students when they're back?
No, thank you, Marianne. That's a great question. And I think, so a couple things that will happen. I'm glad that's the easy one, the safety of technology devices. I can't wait till the next one comes. But on this one, we'd say that we have probably over, I think in our last conversation, it was over 450 devices out just to Royal Oak Middle School students. So we're pretty confident that almost all of our kids have a device that they're currently using. We want them to bring that device with them. Even if it's not a school issue device, we're going to say they can bring that with them. We actually, Jeff Sharp, one of our tech directors, has an awesome even just tutorial on how to hold a computer and how to bring a computer in. So one of the things we've even talked about is, hey, when you're walking up the stairs at Royal Oak Middle School, they're beautiful stairs, but make sure that computer's in your bag or you're carrying it, not holding it open like my 6-year-old would. But one of the goals we have then, of course, is having some computers left over in our rooms and in our spaces for students to use, and even assigning those to those students. So when we know in advance in the start of the day which students are staying with us, we'll have a better idea of which students need technology as well. And because they're using them that day, they're not sharing the device with someone else during that time. So those devices don't have to be cleaned in between class sessions. Those morning sessions are primarily tech-free. And let's be honest, we might all just kind of want that for a little while. And they're going to be able to do that. And when we have classes that do run on devices, we have strategically planned them. So for example, Design Tech, it's a wonderful class that is taught using beautiful Mac labs. We only run one session of those during the day, so we don't have to clean it off in between classes, because to do that inside a 5-minute block of time, I think you're right, that would be incredibly difficult. So we are kind of scheduling ourselves to make sure we can be successful with providing those devices and those opportunities to kids with technology.
Mrs. Van Heitzman.
Part 2.
Awesome.
So I had heard the explanation, at the ROMS PTA meeting on, how you guys arrived at the schedule you did for the classes that you did. If you can elaborate further, because we have heard, comments, I think, parent frustration of their kids having 3 classes. And if one of those 3 classes happens to be gym class, and, so can you talk through that? Because I think that's causing some angst, I'd say, a lot of angst for some families. And in particular, I guess, too, and even for the gym class, something I recently heard, too, it wasn't even a live gym class, but if you can elaborate on that as well, if that's been modified. And two, in talking through the plan, what you've changed. I think one of the things we had talked about before in August was, learn as you go. So what modifications have we made to the plans based on feedback from staff and students and families?
Hi, Ms. Van Heitzman's Todd Noonan, principal of Royal Oak Middle School. Great question. I want to reiterate just what Dan said real quickly and thank our teachers and our families, and most of all our students who have been absolute troopers through this, and troopers who have attended and engaged. So thank you to everyone. In taking that question, I want to just talk a little bit about, how this developed. When we began working as a stakeholder group, the group that ultimately designed this learning plan, we engaged in dialogue and collaborated with a ton of other middle school teams around the country, state, and tapped in around the country really. And I'd say the single most frequently occurring topic that came up in those conversations concerned the mental health of the middle level student. And these are kids who, as we all know, have been cut off from friends, family members, community involvement, and so much of the support that enveloped them at their schools. So these conversations continue as we work to evaluate our plan, like you said, but they continue to revolve around the social emotional learning supports for kids, not content. It's probably a pretty good time right now to say thank you, to acknowledge this board and the superintendent for supporting the addition of SEL resources, making them a priority long before COVID. That has paid a dividend. So on an academic level, we're fortunate at ROMS to have been moving away for years now, away from sit and get traditional version of doing school and embracing a project-based, project-inspired, inquiry-based learning format, which, our model's flexible. It encourages reflection of our kids and our teachers, and it builds independent thinkers, essentially, who are prepared for Royal Oak High School and prepared for beyond Royal Oak High School. Fortunately, because of this movement toward this, ROMS didn't have to set aside the essence of who we are to become a traditional school. We would have had to abandon it, abandon this way of teaching and learning if we had tried to shoehorn a traditional day into our plan. Instead, we worked to build a structure that had SEL embedded within it and resources within it to address mental needs and just to approach the whole child first. So at the same time, while I'm talking about SEL, at the same time, because we're addressing the SEL needs of our kids, we still can provide the space and time for meeting our instructional philosophy. So it's not academics aside, but it's possible because of our work on SEL. So how that looks on the SEL level is that kids have adults around this structure. They're connecting with them, they're interacting with them in reachable numbers. That allows teachers to really get to know their kids, identify needs, and identify resources that can help them. On the academic level, because again, manageable class load sizes in this format, it allows us to focus on pushing kids, it allows teachers to push kids to mastery levels. It allows teachers to build those skill sets in those kids, just to make sure that kids can review when they need to, they can reteach when teachers need to reteach, and they can set them up for independent learning when a kid's ready to move on. So this is, I guess, a long-winded way of saying what our team did in building this plan intentionally is we changed the structure of a normal day to build in these opportunities for authentic connections, these opportunities for kids to really know their teachers and for teachers to know their students. We wanted to give kids the opportunity to know their classmates, get to know support staff, let support staff help kids so that kids could stay healthy mentally and physically and maintain that academic progress that we're used to seeing. So ultimately, this is going to allow our kids to come back to school in this hybrid format and hopefully in the normal format one day, mentally intact and ready to work their way back to that normal with the teachers who have been through them, with them through this traumatic time. So we constantly are looking at the plan. We're hearing feedback, and I want you to know that that feedback from so many people has been, thank you for doing this. My kids have obviously struggled with the idea of remote learning, but they know their teachers. They know they can check in. They've created relationships with classmates around them, inside and outside the school setting. So we are seeing we're seeing progress. We're seeing tremendous engagement levels, as Dan pointed out. And I think that what we're doing is we're just preparing kids to come back to that new sense of eking out some normal from this.
Thank you. Mrs. Van Heitzma?
So just to kind of elaborate a little bit further. So I've kind of heard, and I do want to thank the staff and the families and the kids and the administration for, there's nothing easy today, right? I think we all acknowledge the fact that there's absolutely nothing easy. And so I've actually heard, both sides of the equation when it comes to the middle school. Some people, I heard a comment the other day that these aren't college kids, they were overwhelmed if we were to give them, these 6 classes, and they would just feel totally overwhelmed. And so, that causes a whole series of stressors as well. And then, I hear, people that say they wish their kids had those core classes like math consistently throughout the whole year. So I'm hearing both of those things. But as the students transition back, say, in November, so the same classes the kids have today, they will have come November. Is there a plan that come, January, when we start a new semester, that something will be different? How does that whole year look structured out? Thank you.
Yeah, so I want to take the first part of that question regarding the classes and core. I want to make sure it's really clear. I think a lot of times people want to compare what we're doing now to what a traditional school day was. And I think it's really important to note that there's no such thing as a traditional school day, probably for 2021. It doesn't exist. Anybody who tells you otherwise is not being honest. So the reality is we can't compare it to that. We have to compare it to alternatives to what we are doing. And we compare it to alternatives to what we are doing. It's really important to note that in this next version of the plan, if we were teaching all 6 classes at once, you would have a touch point with a teacher 1 day a week. And it's real, and that for us was our crucial moment of why we needed to make sure we had more time with our kids. And by doing what we're doing and splitting our school semester into 2 quarters, it allowed us truly to get those more opportunities for authentic learning with each other. Because what we'd have for 11-year-olds who are starting with us right now is we'd have this time where they'd be trying to find where their classes are, trying to figure out where it's going on. And that's a tough track anyway, moving from the elementary to a middle school transition. But to do that with that anxiousness around them would have been a massive inhibitor to learning this year. So our curriculum is being taught with the same number of hours it would be taught in any other of the alternative fashions we're doing. We're just making it more consistent. And we do view all 6 classes that we offer, really 7, because we do have 7 classes rolling through, as core classes. So each one plays a very important role in the development of a kid in an MYP school. So it's really important for us to have all of those experiences for students and to offer our entire curriculum throughout the course of a year. If we get into a situation where, as we evaluate our plan and see an opportunity exist that we feel like we're at a point where kids can handle a little bit more and what that looks like, we'll have the opportunity to reflect on that and think about that. But for now, we're really proud that we are putting student connections first with their teachers and making sure that that leads the way and leads the way for them to engage in that learning.
And Ms. Van Heitzma, it's Todd again. I'm remembering now that you mentioned math specifically, and I do want to address that a little bit. It is true that some students don't have math in the first quarter, and it is true that some students will not have math officially on their schedule in the second quarter. However, we have built in a program that we're calling Math Support and Acceleration, which is sponsored, run by a teacher, by a ROMS teacher. They have a caseload of students who are in an off math marking period, and they are focused on making sure that they're running some diagnostics on where a student is. They're making sure that students are using the resources that we have available to keep their math skills sharp, to maintain them, but also to advance them. And we have conferencing hours built in, conferencing time built in with those teachers for kids to come in and say, hey, how am I doing? Or I'm struggling with this, can you help? And we have opportunities there for teachers to work with them one-on-one or in small group settings to make sure that, like I said, those skill sets are shaping up well. Now, when we talk about ROMS teachers, when we talk about any quality teacher, we're talking about people who receive kids into their classrooms at all different levels, whether they came from the same class or not. Kids are in different places, they have different gaps. This math support and acceleration program is going to allow us to monitor progress, diagnose, and be able to give real data to that incoming teacher of that student who is in an off math marking period right now, so that they can receive them and attack any deficits that are there, or to accelerate them if there are no deficits and they're ready to move on. So we're really happy with what that program offers. I want to make sure that families are encouraging their kids to participate in this program that we're offering. And we firmly believe it, or we would not provide this. We would not have this format, that kids in math and kids in every other class are going to be okay when they move on, and okay when we do return to a more normal format. And this hybrid format gets us a little step closer to that normal.
Thank you both.
Mrs. Anderson.
I'm wondering who is selecting which students are going into which courses? Is it the parents? Is it the administration? How is that decided?
Just a version of the master schedule. So parents and students kind of have the opportunity to select their electives, select courses through the year previous in those areas, and they're taking all the courses they would have. So had 2021 been a 1920 kind of school year, they're taking the courses that they'd be taking anyway there. So when we talk about the courses splitting into 3 in the first quarter, 3 in the second quarter, what we're doing there is taking basically the 6 classes they would have had for the first semester and just breaking them in half.
Are there accelerated programs in the other core subjects, or is it just math, or how does that work?
So in the Math Support and Acceleration Program that Mr. Noonan discussed, that is just in mathematics. It's really important to note that, especially when you're doing online learning, a lot of the initial concepts of learning involve a lot of reading and literacy skills. So a lot of the science that we're doing currently involve a lot, where experimentation and like trying out experiments in the classroom and doing things like that, it's turned into more of a literacy class, right? So it's part literacy while they're doing this. So it's really important to note that there's a lot of literacy happening in those other courses to connect to that ELA portion, language and literature as we call it. But for now, our only support and acceleration class is offered in mathematics.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any further questions for the middle school administration? Thank you.
I'd like to invite Mr. Germini to talk with us about the plans for Royal Oak High School.
Thank you, Mrs. Fitzpatrick. I'm Mike Germini, principal of Royal Oak High School. I would like to start as well, echoing Mr. Colligan and Mr. Noonan's sentiments, thanking our students, our staff, and our families. We've had a very positive start to the school year. We've had very, very high participation from our students, very hard work, and lots of focused improvement and learning from our teachers. And things, by all measures, are going quite well. We've received a lot of positive feedback, not just directly to me, but to a number of other counselors, administrators, et cetera. And so it's been nice to know that some of the changes that we made to our traditional schedule in order to adapt to this remote environment have been well received. The high school plan does remain consistent with our presentation from late in the summer that the board approved. Overall, our instruction follows a virtual or remote model. And just to give a brief overview of that, I know that our high school community is very familiar with that. I just want to talk briefly about what our structure looks like. So in a 5-day week, we begin the week with a launch day. Mr. Colligan referenced this concept. Our students spend approximately 30 minutes with their teachers, kicking off the week, setting expectations, getting clear about what the plan is for the week, and checking in, making sure that everybody's on board and doing well. And then we transition Tuesday through Friday into a 3-class per day model, alternating. So on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we have first, second, and third periods, blended synchronous and asynchronous. So opportunities live with the teacher, where students may be engaged in active learning, presentations, group questioning, group projects, things like that. And then also asynchronous or independent time where the teacher is available to support them. And then on Wednesday and Friday, we do the same thing for periods 4, 5, and 6 in the student schedules. In the afternoons of Tuesdays through Fridays, students have the opportunity for teacher-student conference time. And that's an opportunity to receive additional support, focused support. That's something that students can opt to attend if they feel that they need additional support, but it's also an opportunity for our teachers to identify students who may benefit from some additional support and invite them to attend those virtual sessions. Also built into our model at the high school, we do have a mentoring component through what we call advisory. Each Friday, advisory meets in the morning, and each teacher is assigned approximately 20 to 23 students in their advisory. Those are by grade level, and those teachers are checking in with those students, really providing some social emotional learning and support, and making sure that those students are on track and have everything they need. And those advisory teachers then serve as part of a support team for those students in conjunction with each student's counselor and assistant principal. In the mornings, Monday through Thursday, we also have time built in for social emotional learning, social emotional supports, opportunities for students to access their counselors, social workers, and other specialized staff. And so that's the model that we have used from the outset of the school year. And we will continue to use that model as we move forward. But as our elementary and middle school colleagues move to a hybridized model, our students are going to have at the high school the opportunity to come into the building on a limited alpha grouped basis during those teacher-student conference hours in the afternoons. We'll provide details of that process directly to our students and our families prior to the beginning of Q2. But again, it'll be alpha grouped, which will allow us to limit the contact across groups in terms of considering viral spread. But it will also ensure opportunities for kids to be able to come into the building and get some direct one-on-one or small group support. Again, details of those logistics will be communicated directly with our families and students prior to the beginning of Q2. One thing that's important to note that our elementary and middle school colleagues are able to cohort students or keep them in the same room grouped together, and then not have students move from room to room, but have teachers move room to room. With the high school schedule and with the opportunities offered in high school in order to complete successful graduation, that is not something that the high school schedule can accommodate. And so we have to take a different approach thinking about students moving throughout the building. And that's why we're continuing with the model that we have, that we do believe has been very successful. Paula, I think there's one more slide. Sorry about that. So then again, here we capture just sort of the range of our approaches when it comes to each of the phases. One of the focus areas for the high school team that developed these plans was making sure that we could move fairly seamlessly from one phase to the next. So we're currently in phase 4 in our region, and that's the model that I just described. And now that we as a district are shifting to more in-person instruction, the high school will have those in-person teacher-student conference hours in the afternoon on a limited basis. Should our region shift back to phase 3, like the rest of the district, we would go completely virtual, and it would very much reflect the model that we have had currently. And should the region shift to phase 5, we will endeavor to keep a very similar schedule to what we have now. We believe there are a lot of benefits to the schedule that we have currently, benefits for students, benefits for staff, And so we want to make sure that we keep that, but there will be some modifications in order to allow for students to be in the building and move throughout the building and still maintain those cleaning protocols. And that's the high school plan.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Geremini? Mrs. Van Heitzman.
I'm not going to let him go without questions. Don't worry. Just a couple things too. I was kind of waiting to hear, and I apologize if this is going to be covered later. I'm thinking in terms of our OTEC Churchill students, or ACES students. How are they part of this plan as well? You know, OTEC becomes a little bit more challenging. And then also, if you can elaborate, I think when we brought sports back, we talked about we were going to see how everything worked with the sports and use that to learn for when we were going to be back with the high school. Do we have any lessons learned yet from that? If we could elaborate. Thank you.
Speaking specifically to OTEC, Oakland Schools Technical Center, ACES programs. So one of the challenges that OSTC has is working with a large range of districts and a large range of plans. They just shared with us this evening their plans to move forward with in-person instruction on a limited basis at their campuses. When they originally suggested that in August or September, we had developed a plan for our students to be able to attend without issue. There are always accommodations and flexes that occur. That occurs when we're normally in session, right? When we have a normal school year, I think Mr. Colligan called it the 1920 school year. When we have that, there are often times where we have to flex schedules and be accommodating to students because for some reason the OTEC schedule has to change based on something going on at that campus, or for some reason on a particular day, the high school schedule has to change to accommodate any number of things, a half day, a pep assembly, an assembly with a presenter, something like that. So that's not something we're not used to. So we have a plan in place to make sure that our students can attend that live instruction at OSTC. ACES, those students are attending classes at OCC. And so those class schedules tend to be accommodated quite well outside of the school day. And so we don't see any conflicts there. Should one arise for an unexpected reason, we would of course accommodate the student. But that, to this point, those classes have also been virtual. So it's been quite nice to work alongside in that parallel structure. I think you mentioned one other academic program, but I didn't get it written down, and then you transitioned to sports and lessons learned.
Churchill. Sorry, it was Churchill.
Mrs. Powell will be speaking after me, so she'll talk about Churchill.
Can I just ask one more? Oh, I'm sorry. One before I forget, I'll shut up. One more general question. Just you know, we talk about the participation level at all the grade levels. You know, 99% and you know, like exceeding expectations. So that population that are not engaged, can you speak to what we're doing at all the levels for that engagement, please?
Yes, I'm trying to figure out, I want to make sure I get everything. So, I mean, I can't speak to specifically all the levels. One of the things that I can say about the high school in terms of students not engaged is that we're actively tracking and following up and calling and contacting, and if appropriate, making home visits to make sure that students are engaged and they have what they need. We have been delivering technology, delivering resources, delivering textbooks if needed, to make sure that everybody has what they need. Today, one of our administrators, we hadn't heard from a student. We visited that student at work, found out a work schedule so that we could connect with that student and make sure that she has what she needs in order to engage. So it's not a science in this case, as we're continuing to narrow down the numbers of students who perhaps aren't able to participate or aren't engaging for some reason. It's really case by case. So as we identify those kids, and we identify them through a number of means, right? So teachers will of course be the first to see that a student isn't engaged or participating. But then that advisory teacher is also another layer looking to see across all of the students' classes, are they engaging just in particular classes and not all classes? And then they're providing that information to the counselors and the administrators so that we can do direct follow-up and contact to make sure that they have what they need. In some cases, it's that circumstances have changed. They had reliable internet, and for some reason, they no longer have that. And so we do what we can to make sure that they have that situation remedied. Sometimes it's the Chromebook that they purchased from an online vendor failed, and they need a new device. And so we work to get them a device so that they have that. So there's any number of reasons that we've experienced why students may not be participating, but it's a pretty active process. So when you wonder what it is that we might be doing as administrators and counselors during the day while students are engaged in classes in this remote environment, a lot of our time is spent focused on trying to get a hold of kids and connect with families and make sure that everybody has what they need to be successful. If that addresses that question, you had asked about lessons learned from sports. I will say that one thing that we have learned from the athletic competitions as the state has slowly expanded the number of spectators and things available or able to participate in those is that there is a significant challenge in managing that, making sure that you limit the numbers in appropriate in alignment with legal requirements. That's always a challenge. Making sure that that information is communicated clearly so that people aren't surprised about the idea that they can't come to an event outside of that specified number. We've expanded that a little bit to include academic classes. So marching band will be able to use some of the lessons that we've learned to hold a competition, not a competition with other schools live, but remotely. But they'll have the opportunity to have their parents attend an event in the stadium, which is really good. And so we have some structures in place to let us do that. Screening protocols, making sure that in the case of athletics, coaches, in the case of school, teachers, secretaries, paraprofessionals, administrators, counselors, et cetera, are prepared to follow the screening protocols. Those are lessons learned. And then also, just some of the challenges that we see of even adults being consistent in mask wearing and social distancing. So we know that that's something that we have to very much focus on with teenagers as they start to come into the building. So a number of lessons learned, and it's helped us think through as we think about how we bring students into the building for the in-person teacher-student office hours. What are the mechanisms that we have to have in place? Multiple entries, separate entrances and exits, lists to make sure that students have completed the screening so that we can check them off, lists to make sure that students have actually signed up to meet with those teachers in person, all those kind of mechanisms, the personnel that we need and where they would need to be located in the building. So those plans are coming together as a result of a lot of what we've learned from athletics.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Germini or the high school staff?
I did forget about clubs, Mike, sorry.
Same question as for Mr. Colligan and Mr. Noonan.
Mr. Colligan spoke a little bit about clubs. I forgot to ask you about the clubs.
Gotcha. I missed the question when you had asked him. So, as a former high school parent, you know that one of the events that we do annually in a normal school year is the Raven Rally. And the Raven Rally is an opportunity for all of our clubs to set up tables in the courtyard and for kids to come gather around and learn about the different club opportunities and team activities that the high school offers. Obviously, that's something that we weren't able to do this year. And so our clubs have been putting together some videos that we're going to share with our student body. And by and large, they are recruitment videos for the clubs that are able to run virtually this year for the time being. And we're going to distribute those to our community to our student community, much in the same way that we shared with parents our curriculum night videos as introductions to their children's teachers and their children's classes. And so we'll soon be able to distribute that to the kids. And then those clubs that are running this year will be able to offer some live web-based recruitment meetings. So if a student finds that they see the video for Model UN, for example, they could then attend a session on WebEx with Model UN to learn more and decide if they want to participate in that. So that's the approach that we're taking this year for clubs. Not all the clubs are choosing to run this year in the virtual environment, but we also have had 2, if not 3, requests for new clubs already to run this year. So That's something that you find is an ever consistent factor at the high school. Is probably on an every other week basis, I receive at least one request for a new club, which is pretty great that we're able to support that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any last questions for the high school staff?
Thank you.
I see none. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to introduce our new supervisor for the Churchill programs, Ms. Karen Powell. Not a stranger to all of us. I'm sure she's being missed right now over at Royal Oak High School as well. And we have a new assistant principal over there, Alyssa Reimold. So congratulations to Alyssa there. Now we get to hear from Karen about the programs being held for Churchill.
Thank you, Mrs. Fitzpatrick. So considering there was not an administrator in place during the board meeting when the district originally heard the return to learn plans being introduced, Churchill was not included at that time. However, as a staff, we began working on the plan immediately upon me starting the position. This plan is a result of the collaborative efforts of the entire staff based on their collective knowledge of CCHS and our students, as well as their past experiences from the spring. So similar to Royal Oak High School, we planned for a remote learning model with opportunities to come into the building for added support. However, our plan differs from ROHS in that we are using an all independent or asynchronous model through two different methods. First is through the use of Edgenuity, where teachers are able to act as mentors to the students as they work through the class. These classes in Edgenuity are able to be modified to model our curriculum and have been done so by our teachers. Teachers are mostly mentoring in the subjects that they are highly qualified in. The second method is through teacher designed and led classes, but they are being led through a remote mean. The reason we chose the asynchronous approach, regardless of a blended approach with asynchronous and synchronous, is to really better meet the needs of our students. Many of our students have responsibilities outside of their education, including work and other family obligations. So this model really allows them to access and complete their lessons and their learning when it fits their schedule. And believe me, we are seeing that students are doing so. Students are active all hours of the day. Additionally, we have found that the asynchronous approach is meeting the needs of many students that were experiencing anxiety and other apprehensions regarding synchronous learning and have chosen our program for that reason. Another difference is that Churchill High School is utilizing a sequential learning method. So in a typical trimester at Churchill, students can take 5 or 6 classes and earn anywhere between 2.5 and 3 credits. During the spring, this became abundantly clear that that number of classes was difficult for students to work on at one time in the remote setting. So we have split the trimester into 2 6-week segments, and students are assigned 3 classes in each segment. This allows them to focus on only 3 classes at a time while still keeping the expectation that they work the same number of hours they would in a typical school year. And it also allows students to continue to earn up to that 3 credits per trimester, which is so important as so many of the students are also trying to gain additional credits towards graduation if they've fallen behind. Finally, like ROHS, we are opening the building. Our plan was to open the building to students to come in and meet with their teachers and other staff for support that they need. Staff have been providing support to students through phone calls, emails, tutorial videos, texts. I mean, pretty much any means that the students will engage in. We are finding a way to provide that support currently. Our plan in moving forward is to continue this plan, the same that ROHS is, while increasing the opportunities for students to come into the building to work and receive support from Churchill Community High School staff. So in essence, that's the overview of the plan that we put in place prior to the school year beginning and the one that we've been working through since the school year has begun. Thank you. Are there any questions?
This is Dan Hexman.
You too, Mrs. Powell. I'm not gonna let you sneak out. So I know I'm so proud of these students, and you know their graduation is one that always just is just amazing to me that these kids have overcome so much to graduate and finish school. The levels of engagement of these students, you know, we're hearing what the levels of engagement are in the other schools. What is our level of engagement with these students, and what are we doing if you know, they're not engaged?
We are seeing, you know, with the level of engagement, which is not atypical in our school setting, we are seeing students at various levels with their engagement. However, I will say that we are seeing quite a few students with active engagement on a weekly basis and are keeping up with their learning. You know, recently for Count Day, I feel like we've had a very successful first count day where we were able to fully count a good 50% of the students that have schedules on our first day, and we'll be continuing to work through that count day process and that engagement process to monitor their engagement. For students that are not engaging, we have been utilizing a variety of means, from calling them at various hours of the day, making ourselves available at various hours of the day to a certain extent, of course, reaching out through video means, through personal visits, through inviting students into the building so that they can get that personal connection with staff, with their teachers, with support staff. So we are utilizing a variety of methods to continue the engagement of our students.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? I see none.
Great, thank you, Ms. Powell. As was asked earlier, and the board will remember that we did launch a virtual academy, which was a new program and a new offering for our families. This program was something that we encouraged only families that wanted to bypass any chance of coming back for a face-to-face opportunity at all and make a commitment through the first semester with regard to our virtual academy. We have some numbers. We know that maybe parents had an initial intention to join that academy and instead chose to stay with their traditional homeroom class or their schedule that was at ROMS in the high school, and yet a few others did choose this virtual academy. We also know now that we are moving face-to-face. There may be some families that would like to make the change at this time, and I believe Ms. Olson is going to talk with us a bit about what that looks like.
You're muted, Sarah.
Oh, no, of course. So thank you. Boy, that took a while. I was talking, sorry. As some of our principals and as Mrs. Fitzpatrick pointed out, we obviously have had families who chose the virtual academy at all levels, K through 12, and have been in there since the beginning of school, and that is going well. This is just a reminder here that it will continue through the end of the first semester. I want to remind everybody that our school year, our school calendar year has 4 marking periods, and there are 2 marking periods in each semester. So when we say semester, we're saying that's 2 marking periods, and that's the end of January. I believe it's January 28th. So those families that are currently enrolled will stay in there through the end of January. And this slide is in here just real quickly tonight to say that we are aware that family situations change, and with coming back to school, people may be thinking about it again. So we are offering families an opportunity starting tomorrow and through next Friday to sign up, and they would be looking for this link in their principal newsletters tomorrow. So this is just a quick slide to say that that will become available again. Our virtual academy, and people do have questions, and there's our FAQs posted, and the newsletters from the principals will have links to some additional information that can answer many of those questions. In addition to that, our virtual academy coordinator, Mrs. Daunt, will be holding some information sessions early next week. And again, that will all be in the newsletters coming from your principals tomorrow. Ben, thank you to the team that really created and put together the virtual academy. They worked really hard to do something they've never done before. Ben Rader, Lisa Shannon, Kara Daunt, the administrators at every level, and at the high school and middle school level where they are scheduling students sort of individually into classes. Ben, Lisa, anything to add? You guys work so hard.
Thanks, Sarah. No, things have gone very well. You know, if parents or students have any questions, they can always reach out to us. But, you know, we've worked hard. I think it's been successful so far.
Thank you.
Sarah, I'd just like to add that if any elementary parents have any questions, concerns, there will be information going out tomorrow in principals' newsletters, like you said. We have meetings scheduled for Monday and Tuesday, so please look for those and please join us.
Questions for us?
Mrs. Anderson.
I'm wondering what kind of numbers are we seeing who have enrolled in Virtual Academy?
Thank you. I knew someone would ask. Lisa and Ben, you have the latest numbers? I know you do.
Sure. I do have the numbers for our elementary Virtual Academy students, and we are sitting at 181 students today.
And the middle school is about 110, and the high school is about 50 approximately.
Any other questions on the VA? Thank you very much.
So another part of our pre-planning that we did starting actually once summer closed in June and we ended that school year, we did start talking about operations, which for us means how the district would function regarding all of the new rules for both staff and students, visitors to our building, protocols that we need to follow from the state, and really just immersing ourselves in not only being experts in learning and teaching, but now in health protocols and all of the high volume of executive orders and other rules coming from the county health departments. And that really does impact us as workers and employees. We have hundreds of employees in our district that we want to keep safe every day when they come to work. They also have needs in their families, and they have some options as an employee, and then as well as when we receive our families and our students back to school. So I'll introduce Mr. Walensky, who's going to help us with any new updates from that operations subcommittee.
Well, I don't really have any new updates. I do want to say that it kind of goes without saying that at all levels, staff will be critical in enforcing, as they always do, monitoring the safety of our students and understanding what the protocols are, reminding students, etc. So staff are just critical in the process. Yeah, this was part of one of the slides we chose to leave in this presentation. As they would in a normal school day, staff are going to be asked to monitor student arrival and dismissal protocols, discouraging congregation. In a normal school year, kids, especially at the middle school level, want to congregate. It's going to be critical that our middle school staff support our effort to discourage that. I remind students about the safety protocols such as facial coverings. Obviously, that's going to be difficult, but it's going to be ongoing. Hand washing and social distancing. As Mr. Murphy mentioned earlier, something we've done different is put a parapro on every single bus to remind kids to wear their facial coverings while they're riding the bus. And to conduct their own daily self-examinations, including temperature checks prior to coming to work, which I think staff are becoming quite used to at this time. Also on our operations committee was Mr. Ioannis and Michael Jeremini. Mr. Ioannis actually chaired the communications portion of our operations committee and has done an excellent job putting together a whole list of communications based on scenarios such as if someone were to test positive or to come into contact with someone positive, screenings, family-based procedures, communications, etc. I think Mr. Ioannis is on, and I'm going to ask him to speak to this a little bit.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Walensky. Part of what we thought about as a communications committee is to develop school-based communications for staff, students, and families that would provide them opportunities to have a better understanding of some of the protocols that we have in place in regards to when there is a positive COVID case identified by a staff member or by a parent for one of their students. The other thing that we talked about as a communications subcommittee is identifying what the process will be when there is at least one COVID symptom that's identified in a student or a staff member. If there is one COVID symptom that's identified that's not tied to a previous medical condition, then there's a process that kicks into place where the staff member or student will have about 10 days that they will need to be away from school. And one of the ways, 3 ways that they can actually be allowed to be back in the school is either with a negative COVID test, letter from a doctor communicating that the symptom is not COVID related, or if they were just to be gone for those 10 days. So that is one component of the reporting. The other thing that we're currently working on is working with Oakland County Health Department and the flow charts that they have in regards to what a building principal will do to how he or she will initiate the process when a positive case is reported. Something that was brought up earlier in regards to cohorting in the playground. We do believe as a committee that face masks will be also worn outside as well. Let me scroll to let me go to the next slide. The next component of our communication plan is to begin to communicate with staff and families regarding some of the expectations that Mr. Walensky spoke about. One of them is the self-screening process. We have a parent communication ready to go out to families, helping families identify some of the symptoms that they should be looking for in their students. Also in that parent communication will be steps that parents can follow when they need to report to a school district that a positive COVID case has been identified or a close contact. Something else that we, again, are following OCHD guidance on is when trying to identify a close contact, part of what we learned is that anything within 6 feet and 15 minutes would count as someone being potentially a close contact. So yeah, we are very close to finalizing the process of communications that will go out to staff and parents regarding some of these procedures.
Thank you, Mr. Walensky and Mr. Ioannis. I just want to follow up with a couple of things that are on the same point, but really cover all of the presentations that have been done this evening. As we worked in subcommittees throughout the summer and then now into the fall, one of the other roles that I've played, as well as Amy Murphy and Mary Sire from our communications department, has been to look across the work, such as what you just heard about from Mr. Ioannis, and say, what else now do we owe to our community and to our staff to relay all of these decisions and make sure that parents and staff members and families are clear on what the expectations are for the return to school. We've had a tremendous amount of help from our Oakland County Health Department. Just today, I was provided with some information that will be disseminated to families regarding a hotline where parents could call in to speak to someone in the health department regarding symptoms they're seeing in their own children or in their own household, how to remedy those or how to monitor those. And that's also in collaboration with Beaumont Hospital. And so that publication will be going out to families so that they have direct lines at any time to a health professional should their own family physician or professional not be available. We also know that those things do take place 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning before school starts. And so the health department is committed to being available and working with Beaumont to families at all hours of the day if they can. We know there'll be a lot of questions about health protocols, and we're learning more and more every day. We do follow the CDC questions, as Mr. Ioannis talked about and Mr. Walensky. That's a screening process that we're going to ask families to be the first layer of that before they leave home on any day. We've always said that if children are sick, please keep them home. We've always talked about that in schools, and now it's more essential than ever. We also know that if they are home, we have many ways that they've been practicing to stay connected with their teacher and their classmates using the computer and remote learning. And as the middle school talked about, those things will still be in place even though we're face-to-face a few days a week. We also will be isolating our students, as we said, into the sick rooms. Those are mandatory from the health department. Our nurses, again, another thank you to our Oakland County folks. They've provided 2 nurses from the health department to work directly with Royal Oak schools. They have been on tours in all of our buildings and are still conducting some now. They're looking for those sick rooms, and they have a checklist of what they would like to see in our buildings before giving us assurances that we're safe to open as well. And they've guided us along the way with some decision making and vetted our processes. Mr. Ioannis also referred to flow charts. The county has provided a nice graphic for us that we're customizing to Royal Oak schools, and it will be what happens when a case is reported at school. So if we do have a case reported during the school day, what are the next steps that we must take? If you're at home and there's a case reported, what should parents expect, and what are we asking from parents in terms of communication to the school? All of the close contact tracing, we've heard about that in the news, and we've referred to it a couple times tonight. That all is conducted by the health department. Our obligation is to inform the health department of the case, or other medical professionals are obligated to report to their health department what's happening with cases that they see. And then we talk to them about where the student might have been or where the staff member was, and then they move on the close contact information and working with us. I'm on a weekly call with the superintendents across Oakland County. And today on our call, they did talk about that communication pipeline, exactly who will get the call or who will get the email within the district from the health department. And we are cross-checking all of the emails and phone numbers right now to make sure that when we're open and those calls do come in from the health department, that they're going to the correct phones and email addresses as well. We also know that families will want to know what all of this looks like in the schools. So I mentioned Ms. Murphy and Ms. Sire and their work in communications. We're working on a sneak peek video so that families can see inside the classrooms in the schools prior to coming back on the 9th of exactly what safeguards are in place and what the school looks like. By and large, it looks the same. It's just going to be how we operate. I know kids are always anxious and love to look in school, and they've missed that this first quarter. So we're hopeful that with the videos that we provide, as well as the documentation that is applied to families, both from the district and directly from your principals, that information will be complete by the 9th. We also expect that there still will be questions. We expect that principals will be able to answer those, and then if not, forward them to our committees that we've been organized in throughout this whole process. And we want to make sure that those questions are answered in a timely manner. I have met with and usually I'm in a call every month now with our PTA council, and I would encourage our PTAs that as they're hearing maybe informally from parents and they put together some questions, it might be easier if we answer them in full for all parents, not just those that happen to email or call. Because if you have a question, it's chances are your neighbor or another friend has that same question. So we want to make sure those are answered as much as possible. So this is concludes our presentation about our return to school plan. Again, would take place upon hearing from the board this evening on November the 9th. With all of the nuances and conditions that our principals and our other staff have presented this evening. So with that, I would take any questions from board members that you have about any component in the plan tonight.
Mrs. Van Heidsma.
So for families, so there's going to still be families that choose that perhaps are not in the VA today in the virtual academy and really don't want to come back to in-person school November 9th. They still have the opportunity to join the VA. I know the VA commitment was 1 semester, but now that we're saying we're going to do in-person on this hybrid, they have that ability to still join the VA, correct?
Yes, correct. And it's still the same virtual academy. So we don't want anyone to believe that moving to the VA now means that it's going to be what they've been getting for the first quarter, but now they get to stay home. It really is a move to that virtual program, which means they'll be cross-building and cross-school organized, just like our VA students are now. They won't be staying with their same homeroom that they're in now. They've had the same teacher for the first quarter, but if they elect to finish this first semester in the VA, they're going to join a multi-grade, multi-class, multi-school class. And just as a reminder too, that is a Royal Oak teacher that's overseeing that class in the virtual academy, but parents would be making that switch now. In order to staff appropriately and also understand how many students will be in the program, if we do have some parents who are making that change now, we ask that they look for that information tomorrow from their principals and then take that survey and make a choice by next week, Friday, just so that, and I believe that was on one of the slides that Ms. Olson also showed, we want to make sure that we have appropriate time to react to the numbers that may be either moving into the VA or not, those that will not be in the classrooms. Again, as we've said before, our hope is that our students stay with us in our traditional plan, and the virtual academy is limited to those who cannot or wish not to come back for now. Any parent enrolling in the VA now would make the commitment through January, which is that regardless of what the district might change to throughout this second quarter, and they would make that commitment to the end of the first semester ending at the end of January 2021.
And I know we talked about that FAQ this past week. Is there going to that FAQ going to be somewhere easy for parents to find on our website?
Yeah, FAQs are helpful when we had a lot of general questions, but I'd say now that many of our questions and answers that we're going to have will be coming forth in the communications that we're putting together by our committees. What's expected at home before you get to school? What about when I am at school? What are the expectations? How do I make choices? An FAQ originally was very good, but we found that it became almost unmanageable because questions were coming in about every aspect of this, what now over 2-hour plan that we've been sharing with you in the community. And so we want to make sure that the communications that we send out first, that people take a look at that to see if their question is answered, and then if not, to their principals. But of course, we will always listen for the commonly asked questions and then make those available to families and try to keep an FAQ up as much as possible. And also be as helpful as possible that people aren't scrolling through pages of questions unnecessarily.
Thank you.
Mrs. Anderson.
So I'm wondering, subs have been a kind of a dilemma for some time. What does that situation look like for this year?
So I'll start that answer and then I'll ask Mr. Walensky to pick it up for me. But one of the things that we are doing is securing subs that will work just for Royal Oak schools and be available on call. So if we have a staff member who isn't able to conduct the class that they were, we have a number of things to rely on. One would be a traditional sub like we would typically call. We also know that we have some staff members with this flexible schedule and hybrid schedule that know the students already and may be able to conduct the sessions that are live and online. We also know that when our teachers are in the building, if they can't come to the building, then we do need an adult in that classroom, and it would be through that sub. I don't know, Mr. Walensky, if you have other things to add about our process for covering individual classes or whole class days.
Nothing to, excuse me, to add about the process, but this is a challenge in this model of instruction we're in right now. In the past, an employee would put their absence into a system which would automatically ask a sub to pick it up. And it may be a sub that very rarely, but sometimes subs for Royal Oak. Well, the way we're working right now, that's not gonna work. It's gonna have to be someone that knows the school, that knows how we're using these platforms and delivering this instruction. So we're working to identify, and we've begun to identify some of our long-term go-to subs that we're just going to have on staff for each building. So every building will have their own daily sub, whether they're needed or not on call.
Thank you.
Mrs. Beer.
Let me make sure you can hear me. So I really appreciate all of the things that you've gone over. July seems like it was so long ago when we went over these details. And a few of my questions were answered about why the high school should not be going back in person. That made sense to me. About what we were doing with the curriculum in the middle school. That made sense to me. I do have a question that came up though as we were talking. I remember thinking about looking at kind of what other school districts were doing and maybe some other ideas. Elementary level, I know I have friends in other districts that are doing more of a half day, 4 days a week hybrid program. And I wondered if we'd considered anything like that, or what the pros or cons were that you thought of in that kind of an area. It seems like small children with everyday bits of face-to-face instruction makes some level of sense, but maybe there's something I'm missing that that somebody else thought of that I haven't.
So I'll allow my colleagues to chime in, but I'll start because we've been in on those conversations, and that certainly was a plan we did consider. I know our staff groups did talk about that, as well as our administrators. Many of our administrators have school-age children, and their districts are doing all kinds of different things. One of the things that we thought about is that we wanted to provide a K-8 model that was the same for families as much as possible in terms of movement. Half days are wonderful, and you're right, it would provide that day-to-day personal contact. But we also know then it would double the number of children moving through our building on a given day. So for our kids that would come in the AM, they would transition and go home. Then we would need to deep clean in that classroom with the same assurances that Mr. Murphy talked about, so that the new students coming in for the PM would be in that same clean environment as their AM partners saw. We took a look at our cleaning schedules. We took a look at the manpower, even with our extended cleaning crews that we have. And it was just almost undoable. There wasn't enough time in the day to give us a nice block in the middle of the day to do that. And instead, we have the same group of students staying for the whole day. We also know that transitions for an elementary student, I was an elementary principal for quite a few years. You know, when you have a half day of instruction, a lot of what you're doing is moving in and out. Think of the winter months with boots and coats and preparation to get kids ready to go home and leave. We wanted to maximize the time when we had them. And so the preferred organization then for the day were full days of instruction, as opposed to half days where there's so many transitions in a day. The lunch issue is something that we believe we have managed. You know, we have large group instructional areas in all of our schools where we can spread kids out. Right now, our lunches are bagged and free for all students. So we either hand them out to students as they would be leaving, which I think some districts are doing. And for our students, they're staying. So they'll eat lunch, go on the playground, and then return for instruction in the afternoon. You know, we often are compared to other districts and what they're working on. And it does seem sometimes like a very simple comparison. If they're doing it, why can't we? But there are hundreds of moving parts and decisions that we make within our individual school districts with that local control for our own communities. And after reviewing both plans, we felt that the sustained amount of time in front of kids on a whole day instructionally would give our teachers more time to work with the students and make adjustments in a given day than trying to follow a shortened, maybe 2.5 hour day, so many days a week. We also now have that opportunity for meeting with kids on Fridays when they're not physically there, but we are going to run live sessions using the remote format. So our kids will have contact with staff members all 5 days, either through specials, their homeroom by being in school, or on Fridays synchronously over their technology. So I hope that helps. I don't know if anyone else from our instructional team wants to add something else that was considered that I might have missed.
I do have a follow-up though. When you're talking about the consistency K-8, it sounds like middle school will have contact with their teachers every day because they're going to have synchronous learning at least half a day, even if they leave half a day. So I'm wondering if they're going to have anything similar for the afternoons and for the off days for elementary.
So I believe Ms. Nipper talked about that. There will be a morning meeting every day live. You're either in front of your teacher in the classroom for that morning meeting, or you're over the internet joining the morning meeting from home. We also know that we may be able to schedule some of our specials on the off school attendance days, and also our media specialists that could be working with students. Ms. Flaherty Graham talked about support services that will be pushed out to students on their non-attendance days so that when they're in school, they're not being pulled either. And so we'll be tracking how much of that we deliver on the non-days. I don't know, Ms. Nipper, if there's something else, non-attendance days, if there's something else that you wanted to mention.
Also, our children that receive RTI support will also have contact on those non-attendance days.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Sure.
Any other questions from the board on a great presentation? I see none. Thank you all for all your efforts in putting this together. I appreciate it. I've been enlightened, so thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to 4.1, curriculum and instruction. Ms. Olson.
There we go. Can you hear me? We have certainly heard a lot tonight about instruction, how it's been going so far, and what the teams planned for November. I just wanted to add a couple items that we did not cover tonight, but these were parts of, we didn't cover them on purpose. We wanted to use tonight's presentation to really talk about the weekly and daily school routines. We really wanted to focus on that tonight because that is coming up on November 9th. But I did want to just give a quick update on some other work that's been going on since the summer. And one of them is on assessment and grading. We did not get into that, but I think that and it's about feedback on student work, and it's about learning and learning progress. And we didn't talk about it tonight, but I did just want to say that one of the things many of us are glad for is that this fall is much different than the spring remote learning, in that we planned to, and we talked about it in the summer, and I just wanted to give an update. We plan to get back to some of our regular routines for student assessment and grading and feedback and things like that this fall, and that is what we are doing. So that is very important. For example, Mr. Colligan pointed out, and I didn't even really think about it until he mentioned it, teachers are following up on missing assignments. That's part of it. That's part of grading. That's part of learning. We have at our elementary level, our developmental reading assessments are going on this fall. That is, we give reading assessments to our elementary students every year, and we've been doing that for decades. And it's an assessment that helps the teacher learn about the child's reading skills, and it helps the classroom teacher plan reading instruction that is tailored to that individual student's needs. And so that's going on this fall. One of the things that the state is requiring as part of some of their COVID learning plans is that districts engage in benchmark testing twice per year. Now, of course, the good news is that in Royal Oak, we have been doing that for many, many years. It is good practice to give a benchmark assessment to our students in the fall and in the spring, and we've been doing that for many years. That is the NWEA MAP test, and our students have already started that, and we'll continue that through the first marking period, and we'll do it again in the spring. And again, that is information that our teachers and our instructional teams use to make instructional decisions so that learning is targeted, teaching and instructional practices are targeted to the needs and the results of those assessments. So that's one thing that I wanted to point out, that it's not new, but it's something that we had talked about in the summer that we were going to get back to. And we have also in that same area, I would point out that report cards will be coming out, as they always do, at the end of the first marking period. All of our schools will also be holding parent-teacher conferences virtually. They will be starting in late October and going through most of November, as they always do. So I just wanted to say that those are some fall school routines that we have put back in place even in this remote setting. The second item that I wanted to give an update on that has obviously been a big part of our planning, but it doesn't really impact the daily and weekly schedules for November, is technology. We know that several questions were asked and already answered, so I don't need to get into it too much, that over 3,000 Chromebooks have been distributed to families that have indicated they are in need. And one thing that we even worked out earlier this year was the help desk and how families can submit a ticket or place a phone call, and that's all on our website. And I know it's working because I talked to our technology team, and they're receiving help desk tickets about Chromebooks, and they're collecting broken Chromebooks from families and giving them a new one, working one. So I'm pleased to hear that that is working. So a big thank you to the technology team for managing all of that. So those are just two parts of the learning plans that really I just wanted to give an update on. They're they have, they're not really part of the daily or weekly routine, but just wanted to let you know how that was going this fall. I do want to say, though, one thing I do not have on the board agenda tonight is the purchase of more Chromebooks. As you know, at the past few board meetings, I have come with for approval on the purchase of additional Chromebooks. And I think we have put out orders for about 600 Chromebooks in the last month or so, and we are waiting on those deliveries. So excited to get those, but deliveries are a little bit extended in this COVID supply chain environment. So questions on those two items?
Ms. Olson, I just wanted to add the other items that we're obligated to share with the community regarding the return plan that was sent off to Oakland schools for their approval. And also the contacts and attendance report that we're also obligated to collect. Do you want to hit those, or would you like me to do those?
I have the numbers memorized, but if you have it in front of you, you can do it.
No, go ahead.
Okay, our numbers are well into the 90s. We are obligated as part of the extended learning plan that I just mentioned to you about benchmark testing. It's some requirements from the state, and that's part of a larger plan. And one more item on that, we are required to report to the board once a month through the rest of this year, our engagement rates. And we had our pupil accounting office run those engagement reports for us. Our attendance system has been tailored this fall to teachers are collecting two-way interaction rates. A two-way interaction rate means you're really synchronously or asynchronously engaged with a student. And you had several principals acknowledge the fact that Royal Oak is well into the 90s. So that is a requirement of that plan. That is the second piece to that. So that's nice. That's nice to hear. Any other questions?
I guess I just will remind our community that we did write an extended plan that was due now. We had issued and had our plan approved by both the county and Oakland schools, as well as the Michigan Department of Education regarding a remote learning plan last year. We had a return to school plan that we developed this summer that was submitted. And now the third plan is this extended plan. And we are pleased to report that Oakland schools did approve that plan. That is now off to MDE. It will be a summary of what you heard tonight in detail, and that document will be available through our transparency link on our website tomorrow following this meeting. So our presentation tonight in the slides was much more detailed, but the template we used to report to the state will be available through our website tomorrow as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Van Heidsma, did you have a question?
Yeah, I actually have two questions. So one, I know we've talked, I think every month we talk about the devices and the challenge because everybody is wanting new devices. So do we anticipate the receipt of these Chromebooks by November 9th?
Actually, I asked for an update a few days ago, and the vendor, I want to say, I'm afraid to say it out loud, but got good news from the vendor saying they think, this was just a few days ago, thinking that they will start coming in by the end of this month, so by the end of October. And I have to say that's a little earlier than I would have even expected. So I'm really, really hoping that's true. So thank you for asking that. And I did specifically reach out a few days ago on that.
The other thing I wanted to ask too, so as we go back November 9th, and we talked about we've been making adjustments this semester, this quarter, as needed. Do we anticipate, excuse me, just based on feedback from, students and staff and families, again, making adjustments this next quarter?
Adjustments into what piece?
If needed, just if we find, we need to make adjustments to the learning, just like we did this first quarter. If we find that we need to make some adjustments based on feedback that we're getting from the staff and the students and the families, just with our learning. So.
Well, we're constantly using, I'm not sure if you mean and I'll let Mrs. Fitzpatrick answer part of it, but I will say just from a learning standpoint, curriculum and instruction and materials and standards and assessment, like any other year, yes, we are constantly using our feedback from our students and families to adjust learning, meaning, reteach things or to add something in or to, it's called formative assessment. So we are constantly using assignments and test assessments to direct what we do next in our lessons and our curriculum. Yeah, we've always done that, and we'll continue to do that. If you mean the plans that were made tonight, I cannot answer that. I think I would have to defer to the superintendent about whether or not
That's where I was kind of more leaning, because we've laid all these things out, and if we find out once people are back in the building, these things maybe aren't working, or maybe there's adjustments we need to make to some things, that's all.
Yeah, I'd assure you that we will. I mean, we're going to find things just like we did when we started the remote learning. There were things that occurred that we didn't count on. There were some glitches. We had some technology hiccups with some families. We adjusted pretty quickly, I think, to swap out Chromebooks by, if we needed to, as well as we've created some parent help, self-help things that they can try at home first. We're always going to find those things. And I don't believe for any minute that it's not going to be the same when we start coming back face to face. There'll be adjustments, and we will let them know. You know, these are all plans that seem to work for schedules and in print and all the conversations that we've had, but we absolutely will make adjustments based on feedback from our staff and from our families as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mrs. Olson? I see none. Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to 4.2, Finance, Facilities, and the Bond. Ms. Abella.
Thank you, Mr. Brinker. Good evening, everyone. Food Service continues to deliver meals at both Royal Oak High School and Royal Oak Middle School, Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 12:30. You can pick up for multiple days, and you do not need to have a student at Royal Oak schools. It is for all 18 and younger and those with special needs under 26. Tonight, I have 3 items on the agenda. 9.2 is a 3-year contract for hand sanitizer. This was part of a cooperative bid. 9.3 is for a plow truck purchase, which is also a cooperative bid through My Deal. This is to replace a truck that was just recently removed from service, and we're going to need that plow truck as we move into the snow season. 9.4 is for a 5-year contract renewal with Yo & Yo, who is our audit firm for the district and has been for many years. All of these items were discussed in detail last week at Thursday's Finance and Facility meeting. Before I proceed with the rest of my presentation, do you have any questions on the 3 items that are on the agenda? Okay, great. I'd like to remind everyone that the November 2020 election includes a question for Royal Oak Schools voters to renew and restore both the non-homestead 18 mills and the hold harmless millage for a period of 10 years. Both of these millages will appear in one ballot question. The state of Michigan expects that we collect the full amount of both the non-homestead millage as well as the hold harmless millage. The state does not make up for it if we do not collect these through these voter-approved millages. The non-homestead millage is for the non-homestead properties, so this is not for the resident's primary home. The hold harmless millage is levied on primary residences and will be restored to its previous level of 3.4 mils. We collect $851 per student with this millage. Both of these millages have been in place since 1994. These 2 millage rates combined generate $23 million for the general operations of the district. That $23 million represents 46% of the revenue of our foundation allowance or the general operating revenue of Royal Oak Schools. The foundation allowance for the 2021 school year is $9,118 per student. Of that, $4,220 is collected locally and stays locally with these levies. Without these millages, our foundation allowance would be reduced to $4,898 per student. The loss of this funding would cause the district to make tough choices to reduce our budget, which could include program cuts, increased class sizes, layoffs, service cuts, athletics, clubs, and a lot of the other unique programs we talked about this evening. The ballot language has already been approved by the Board of Education during the July meeting and has been submitted to be placed on the ballot. Before I move forward with my bond update, are there any questions about the millage proposal? All right. I have had more trouble trying to share my screen. All right, I think you just see my screen, right? Do you see the presentation? Excellent. Thank you, Allison, for the thumbs up. All right, now this week, the Board of Education did get an opportunity to tour these spaces. So some of these pictures are a little older than what you've already even seen so much this week. But I'd like for our audience to be able to see some of the great work that's been going on in these spaces. So these pictures are at Royal Oak High School, and they've restored the Normandy lot because we had to change some of I'm trying to make that a little bit better for you. I don't think it's working. Is that better? So we had to change the lot, and that has been restored as we had construction traffic moving through there. They've also restoring some of the landscaping, and that is the cafeteria side. That's the north side of the building. Those are the new windows into the cafeteria. But they're doing some of that restoration also to the landscaping. Some pictures of the new cafeteria. It's a really great space when people get an opportunity to get in there and see the new windows that lead into the hallway. You can see the new cafeteria tables. The feature wall on the south side of that room. Here you can see in the right picture that great glass wall that leads into the rest of the high school. I think it's really going to open up when people get to see that. Then you can see in this picture some of the new flooring that has gone in. It looks really, really sharp. Also, one of the other projects that's continuing and ongoing right now, and we had expected it to be, is the renovations in the locker rooms, both the boys and the girls. But the tile work that they've put in is really nice, and you can see that. Like I said, we were in there this week, so some of the other work has been done since these photos were taken. Another big project that we've taken on at Royal Oak High School is elevators that are going to go to both the boys and girls locker rooms. So some of that work is ongoing. We had expected that. The elevators are going to be delivered soon, but this was a lot of work to take on. And then some of the new artwork that went into the rubber flooring that is now throughout Royal Oak High School. One on the left, I believe, is the main entrance. You can see the construction wall that would go down in front of the gym. And then on the right, the hallway or the entrance, we often talked about calling the red tile entrance, no longer is red tile. And just the other night when I was there, they were reinstalling the benches that you would normally have there in the right-hand photo. They were redone. They look fabulous. And they had also the ones that are in front of the gym, the auditorium, all of those were redone. Looks really nice. The elevator remodernization. So those are going to look a little newer. It's not all of the ones at the high school, but some of the older ones have been upgraded. And then some pictures of Oakland Elementary. We also had an opportunity to tour the projects that have gone on at Oakland Elementary this summer. This is the restoration of the north side. We've added a addition, which was a cafeteria, a classroom, and a set of bathrooms. But this looks even different from the other day. The sidewalks were poured when I was there on Tuesday. But here's some of those entrances into that addition. And the doors, the picture on the left is the actual windows into the cafeteria, and on the right is the hallway that leads along the side of the cafeteria. And then this is some of the work inside the cafeteria. They have some nice, unique ceiling work that's going on, and then the doorway that leads into that space. The lockers are all new. You can probably see that there's a side panel missing in the one. We were waiting for some of those to come, but those, of course, will be complete before students arrive on November 9. But those look really nice. And by the way, although it's not mentioned in the slide, The terrazzo work was polished and looks really nice, the work that was done there. Some new windows into the gym that was updated. And then the reception area received a new desk, and also there is new furniture throughout the building. And those are my slides for this evening. Do you have any questions or comments?
Mrs. Van Heidsma.
I just wanted to thank the teams. The board was able to do a tour this week of Oakland and the high school, the new space. And so I'm just so excited for actually both schools once the students are back in particular Oakland. I go there every month in that media center space, and the difference is just astounding. I'm so happy for those families to finally have the space that's going to match their students' learning environment. So I'm very thrilled for that. And the high school cafeteria is just astounding as well. What a difference. I mean, it makes a huge difference to that space as well, and the new flooring as well. And look forward to when we, complete our bond projects, as far as Upton and Adams and so forth as well. Our schools are looking really good. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? And I'd like to say the cafeteria is remarkable. And again, if you remember, one of the main reasons for redoing the cafeteria is so that we could get all the students in the high school into 2 lunches. So it helps the academic schedule much better and it looks great too. So congratulations. So any further questions or comments from the board? I see none. With that, we'll move on to staff and student services. Mr. Walensky.
Thank you, Mr. Brinker. Obviously, a lot of information needed to be shared tonight, so I'm going to be very brief. I just have a very brief staffing update for you this evening. I've been saying for the past few months that in addition to all this tremendous work that's been going on planning the school year, a lot of work went into staffing, and I want to acknowledge our principals and teachers who were involved in that process as well. Listed on the personnel report, which is item 8.1 on tonight's consent agenda, are 4 new recommendations for hires since we last met. And I just want to point out that between last May and last week, we hired a total of 27 new employees. And the most recent one being an elementary school music teacher who actually started Monday. He actually got in his car and drove here from his home in San Diego last week. So as you know, it's not uncommon to start a school year not fully staffed due to some late resignations or movement or retirements. And it's not uncommon, and that was the case this year as well. Also on the personnel report, some recent changes in staffing, though not new employees to our school district, include new assignments for Alyssa Reimold and Karen Powell. And Ms. Fitzpatrick mentioned this earlier. Alyssa Reimold began her new role as Royal Oak High School assistant principal last Monday, filling a vacancy that was created when Karen Powell assumed her new role, her new position as supervisor of adult and alternative education for Churchill, a position near and dear to my heart because I did it for 15 years. Both employees went through a very thorough application process, even though they've worked here for 10 plus years. Very thorough interview process and application process, and both are very well suited for these new roles, and we're just excited for both of them as well. That's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Walensky. Any questions for Mr. Walensky? Mrs. Anderson.
This is actually a question for Ms. Isabella. Can you tell us about the state budget? I wasn't doing my job earlier, so I did.
That's okay, you're fine. State budget was signed by the governor in the afternoon of September 30th. Our foundation allowance, as I mentioned earlier, is $9,118 and was restored to our 2019-2020 level. The other thing that was included in the budget is the $65 per pupil increase, but it is one-time money. It is not a permanent add to our foundation allowance. So this was good news based on what we had thought was going to happen when what we knew from the state in May of 2020. So this was really good news. Now, it's still the $65 a pupil doesn't even keep up with our cost of our increases in our salary or other costs, right? So it could be better, but based on what we thought it was going to be, I think we're all pretty thankful. But those were that was the big item from that budget. So thank you for asking. I should have included that in my presentation this evening.
Thank you. Any further questions? I see none. With that, we'll move on to 4.4, cultural competence engagement. Mrs. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Brinker. Just a few points to share with our community and with you tonight. First, our subcommittees continue to do their work offline. Actually, they're online doing the work, but not in our whole group. We're up to over, I believe, 190 participants across the district that are interested in this work and have joined our Cultural Competence Engagement Committee. We're looking forward to adding the detail of the subcommittee's work at the board meeting in November, and that would be on November the 12th. I'm working with Mr. Ioannis, and we'll be talking more with our subcommittees about a formal report out to the community on the progress they have toward action items. So we have our shared goals, 4 goal areas that we're working on in unison with the whole team, as well as folks that have stepped up to say they'd like to serve in more detail on a subcommittee. And we want to make sure that work comes before you as a board and to our community as a whole. We have selected our dates for the full committee meetings throughout the year. We just held one at the end of September. We're going to publish these dates on our website. If they haven't been updated this afternoon, they will be tomorrow. Looking forward to full group meetings on the 17th of November, the 12th of January, 16th of March, and the 18th of May. And this allows us as a whole team to come together, not only to report the work that we're of the subcommittees and our goal areas, but also to conduct some shared learning. There are some opportunities for us to learn as adults and for our community to be educated, not only on the work of what's going on in the district, but rather on this topic in general, and bring some of our experts into our community to share their knowledge. And so we're going to look at all of those agendas moving forward, but the dates have been set in collaboration with the master calendar for the district. So we will be publishing those and look forward to those whole group meetings throughout this school year.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mrs. Fitzpatrick? I see none. With that, we will move on to number 5, which is public comment. So please use the raise your hand button to request to speak for public comment. When the board president reads your name, you'll be unmuted and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please clearly state your name and address for the record. There will be 2 opportunities for public comment. Public comment is not intended for the exchange of dialogue. This is a time for members of the public to express their views. We're paying attention to your comments and appreciate them. However, school board members generally do not respond to public comment during the meeting. Any questions that arise from the public comment shall be referred to the superintendent or her designee for a review, study, and possible future response. Thank you very much. I see Amanda Willis.
Thanks, Jeff. This is Amanda Willis of 422 Detroit Avenue. I have three boys. 2 are in elementary at Oak Ridge and a middle school student at Roms. It wasn't made clear for those students that are in person in elementary and middle school, what happens when a teacher's sick? I think we need to understand what that plan is. Does it mean the entire class is out? And then from an elementary teacher perspective, I've spoken to many of them. They are not supportive of the plan that's been laid out this evening. These teachers prefer to have 4 half days a week to maximize their ability to teach new content. I will say, I think it's unfortunate that there hasn't been a reassessment of this plan that's been laid out more than 3 months ago without soliciting feedback from parents and families. The plans that I heard tonight mean that our children in elementary and middle school are now going to have even less time with their teachers. How is that putting our kids first? The middle school kids have even less time with instruction than the right to me. How might we help our kids to be more competitive with their peers in other districts who are receiving more in person in all courses? We're still continuing to lack the core courses for middle school. And I'm not sure why the plan for Roms has to be so different. Not only are we different from other middle schools in Oakland County, but we also know what's working for our high school students. Why haven't we considered mirroring that and keeping the kids virtual? it seems like it's been successful for them. So again, I ask you to reconsider a plan that really puts the kids first, that we focus on the core subjects and we look to model something that is more in line with what's working for the high school students so that our kids don't continue to fall behind. Thanks.
Thank you. I see Rebecca Obudzinski.
Yes, good evening. I'm Rebecca Obudzinski and I live at 2006 Elmhurst. First off, we are new to the district. We are at Adams Elementary, and I cannot say enough positive things about our principal as well as our teacher. However, as the previous commentator stated, I am not thrilled with this return to school plan. I think that we need to give more thought to getting our elementary kids into the schools, that although twice a week is great, it is a start. It is not what is going to work long term. I do not believe we are that special that we cannot mimic other districts. We are a small school district. We should be able to reassess the plan every 4 weeks as to whether or not we can get our students into the schools. Like I said, we are very happy with what is going on, but this was a short-term solution for a long-term issue. And I feel the board needs to reassess the plan as to how we are going to continue this long-term. Thank you so much for your opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Alicia Joy.
Hi there, my name is Alicia Joy. I live at 3118 Harvard Road. I also have 2 children who are in Oak Ridge Elementary. I do want to thank everyone who's on the board and all of the teachers for the hard work that they've done. I don't underestimate at all how difficult this has been for all of you. But to unfortunately echo what the other 2 mothers have already said, I have a lot of concern about the lack of face-to-face time that my kids are going to have. As it is, my children are in 1st and 3rd grade, and they have an average of between 1 and 3 hours per day, 4 days a week of FaceTime with their teachers. Obviously, at this age, I feel like it's not adequate. It's not giving them what they need. Very concerned that we now have what appears to be 3 days of independent learning and self-led learning when that's been a complete failure in our family so far. What we have found is that most of these plans are very biased towards homes that have at least one full-time stay-at-home adult. So with 2 young children and a full-time job, I'm expected to now manage 3 days of independent learning. And I have friends whose children are in private schools right now who are there full-time, getting 5 days a week of complete education. And I hate to see our kids fall this far behind. And I would like to see a plan, if we have to still be virtual for 3 days a week, a plan that actually addresses the education, provide solid options for them, maybe video of some sort. I understand the teachers are tied up with their in-person students, but we need some plan that actively teaches our children 5 days a week. I think they deserve it, and I think our district can accomplish this for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marcella Rogers.
Hi, I'm Marcella Rogers. I'm at 18879 San Quentin in Lathrop Village. We're school of choice. I have a 3rd grader and a 5th grader at Upton. Again, I really appreciate the countless hours everybody is spending on this plan. I don't even know how many people are on this call. I'm sure there are a ton. I know everybody's so concerned about all of our kids, but to me, from a parent perspective, this is just tremendously like a reduction in structure. I mean, right now my kids have structure 4 days a week, and what you are proposing is 3 days of no structure. Frankly, Friday's a morning meeting and 2 30-minute sessions. I mean, that's really many hours at home. And I am a stay-at-home mom, and I have 1 kid with an IEP and 1 with a 504, and I can tell you, it's barely working. And the idea of 3 days of this, managing this on my own, is so overwhelming. I mean, on those days, so I can't even text a teacher on Dojo. I can't ask for any help. Kids can't get clarification. There is literally no feedback. What is happening if kids are practicing something 6 hours, all wrong? So then they go in the next day and the teachers have to reteach all of that. I mean, this is just relying so heavily on the adults at home without like no parents are on this committee. And that is really, I guess, concerning to me. I mean, you're just assuming these elementary kids have the time management, they're self-motivated, you know, and like how are Thursday kids going to be prepared for Friday? Again, I just feel like this schedule is just not providing any consistency. And I know you said teachers were part of this planning, but I have to believe, like somebody said, things have changed. I'd be really curious. What are the teachers saying? Are kids turning in all of this work? Is the work they're turning in corrected? Are they actually learning? And what's kind of like the quality like? Because students need the FaceTime, whether it's virtual or in person. So quite honestly, I don't even know why we're shifting to this in person. Are we shifting because the data in the COVID cases has changed? Are we shifting because everybody else is doing something? I mean, because the private kids school are going to school face to face every day, some without even masks, and they're not even having outbreaks. So first of all, like, why are we even shifting this plan? And again, if it's less structure, then I'm not sure how we can all be supportive of this plan. So I understand half days, it's difficult for the cleaning, it's difficult for the smaller kids. Like, I understand all of those things Ms. Fitzpatrick said. But again, I feel like if we're making all of this effort, it should be continuing with the structure, continuing to give quality instruction, addressing, you know, the social emotional needs of the kids. But again, this plan is just, I think, going to create a ton of anxiety for all the parents and the adults at home supporting these kids. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Jennifer Acevedo.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Acevedo, and I live at 1122 North Pleasant Street. I have a son in high school and a son in the middle school, and the son in high school is doing great. I've talked before this board about how that plan has been working really well. The middle school, we just really got in a good groove, and it's really frustrating that we're getting ready to go to this hybrid model when I feel like a lot of the students are finally getting into good patterns that they're setting up. And I'm curious, just 3 days ago, the CDC issued updated guidance to how COVID spreads, including info about potential for airborne spread of the virus. So I'm just curious if your plan was submitted to Oakland County Health Department before this or after this. And especially at the middle school, I'm curious about the stairways and the ventilation there. How far apart are the desks going to be? It seems like 6 feet might not even be enough, especially thinking of the teachers and what kind of protections they're going to have, knowing this new information from CDC. And also just, I've stressed this often, but communication. I know you said you might be doing some videos to show us what it's going to look like. I want constant communication of what it looks like when our kids are there, because it has to be completely safe. I want to know what kind of data are we using to send these kids back into these buildings that don't have the best ventilation. And I want to make sure that they're safe. Giving us 1 week to decide on if we want to do virtual, that option was taken away from us in the fall, seems unacceptable. I can't imagine all of this weighing on all of these parents right now. So I'm just hoping that the teachers feel safe, that half of them aren't going to drop out, that we're going to be able to get subs when people get sick, and that our ventilation systems will be improved, and that we'll continue to listen to science, not people pressuring us to go back, but actual science. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Waterstread.
Thank you. My name is Kelly Waterstread, and I live at 1809 Sycamore. I am a parent to 2 middle schoolers and 1 high schooler. And my concern is that the middle school will be moving from 3 days of new content being able to be taught, which they have now, to 2 days of new content being able to be taught, which actually is really 2 half days since instruction is going to be ending at noon. So it seems like we are moving backwards in regards to how much content can actually be taught. In addition, I'm curious as to why the instruction at the middle school will end at noon, since the students have the entire next day to do all the schoolwork that day. Couldn't the afternoons be utilized for more content, moving the content forward, more lessons? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mandy Knox. Excuse me.
Hi, how are you guys?
Hello.
I am a parent of a middle schooler. I live at 1020 Grove Avenue. I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to say. I wanted to say it. You know, this is very emotional for a lot of people because there's a lot involved and there's a lot at stake and there's a lot on the line. I do appreciate everything the board has done as a educator who has been in person learning 5 days a week. I know the intricacies that, and I know it's not easy. I am disappointed in the fact that getting 2 half days of instruction. I feel that at not even 3 full days, and even getting 3 days of instruction, because a small group, the meetings are less than an hour. I'm disappointed. I was super excited. They're going to hit them hard and they're going to, you know, pick up for, you know, maybe lost over the spring. And I just don't see, and I'm not going to be at a point that is going to give our and the content that needs to be covered. How are they possibly even going to do that with the lack of instruction? I love Royal Oak. I love Royal Oak schools. And to the experience that my daughter has had since she started Keller at 5 years old. But I just was hoping for more. I was hoping for more for our kids. I think they deserve it, and figure out our kids' needs. Again, thanks so much for taking my call. Thanks again for everything you've done.
Thank you. Jeremy Lipton.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Super. My name is Jeremy Lipton. I live at 217 Jeffrey. I have 2 girls, one in middle school, one in high school. Like everyone else, I'd like to thank everyone for their hard work. I know this isn't easy, and I don't want to dismiss all of the work that's been put in. However, we're failing. There are several disconnects between, I think, what I'm hearing tonight in terms of class time and what I'm seeing with my girls' classes. Classes last, on average, 20 minutes. Most of that time is spent on tech support. There is very, very little learning going on. That needs to get fixed. We, as a community, I think need to change our paradigm. I don't think this is short term. I don't think we need to view it as short term. I think we need to work with the assumption that this winter is going to get worse and the post-pandemic world is going to be here for the foreseeable future. Knowing that, we can do better. The alternating schedule to me doesn't make much sense. I think it makes much more sense to have cohort A go Monday, Tuesday, clean the school on Wednesday, cohort B go Thursday, Friday. That way, when people do get sick, it's easier to segregate, it's easier to clean, it's easier to isolate. Mixing and having cohorts coming in and out even with cleaning in between, is going to complicate things when people get sick. Lastly, the middle school math help is putting a tremendous amount of responsibility on our middle school students. We're assuming that they have the maturity, confidence, and knowledge that they're able to recognize that they don't know what they don't know. They're not there. So they don't know that they're falling behind. They don't know if they're on track. They have no idea that they need extra help or if they don't. And I don't know if anybody does because we're not getting feedback. Finally, the communication. The emails are great. I appreciate them. Post-COVID, especially working from home, everybody's days have gotten longer. The volume of email is nearly unmanageable. We have to have some sort of standardization for subject lines with a school, class, grade level, and priority level. Because Mrs. Smith's math update doesn't tell me that I need to read it, especially when the first 3 or 4 paragraphs are an overview of what's happening, and the important action needed is in the last paragraph. So I'll be the first to admit I'm missing things simply because of the volume of email that we're getting. It's broken. It's not working, and I think we as a community can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela Montgomery.
That's us. Hi, this is Angela Montgomery. I live at 28103 Brush Street. I have a comment, but my child who actually attends a Royal Oak school wanted to make a comment herself.
I think that we should not go back in person because you don't want unsafe, like you don't want to let your kids go like into school and they might not be safe because you don't want anyone getting sick that you love. So, and I think that my computer, I think I'm really doing good in school. My teacher has been doing really good too. Everyone has been commenting everything that we do in class is perfectly fine for Keller Elementary School. And no one wants to go back to school when it's not safe. Reason why, because no one wants to like get sick, go to the hospital, and then to see your kid laying in the hospital bed and coughing and having the nose running down. So that's why we should stay home, go on the computer, and stay safe.
I also want to say that Ms. Kaminsky, who is her 4th grade teacher, has been doing a phenomenal job. I've been able to listen to some of the lessons that she's done when they've been in small group, and also the asynchronous videos that she's prepared for them to watch in between their small group lessons. It has been working for us, and I understand that it doesn't always work for every family, but it is working here. And I have been hearing from a lot of parents that it is working for them as well. So my concern with you all choosing to open up schools right when cold and flu season is going to be opening up, is that you're going to be taking away some quality instruction that is actually happening and is actually working for some kids. And for those kids that it is working for, and we would want to keep that interaction with the teacher where she's able to interact 4 days a week, 3 times where she's signed on for instruction or morning meeting, and then she has 2 additional times that she can sign on for extra support. And Ms. Kaminsky, even when it's not support needed, she'll even just spend that time with the kids, building relationships with them and listening to them and giving them what they need at that time. So taking that down to 2 days of instruction, where the rest of this is going to be asynchronous, even with a morning meeting check-in every day, it's not going to be as much instruction as they're receiving right now. So if I have to choose to then take my child and keep her at virtual academy where she's now really not going to be getting as quality of interaction with the teachers, it's disheartening. And I think that parents need to be able to voice in another survey or some type of way to let you all know if
Angela,
the numbers are.
can you
Yes,
finish your remarks, please?
I sure can. To see if the numbers are actually supported for 3 grade level teachers to actually need to be in the classroom. Otherwise, keep one of them to be able to support the kids in the same role right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephanie Pattison.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Pattison. I live at 2325 Guthrie. I have a kid at ROMS, 6th grade, and a DK student actually at Oakland. My concerns are with the ROMS plan and going down to only the 2 days a week because my daughter does have an IEP and she gets 30 minutes of instruction in person on Mondays at ROMS, and her other classes then she's failing. The work that's thrown at these kids, these 6th graders, is outrageous. My daughter has a 26.3% in science right now. And her teacher's response to that was that she could verbally give her answers on Mondays to the teacher. So that's just giving my daughter an easy out where she's not going to continue with the learning process. She's just always going to take the easy way out. So if we're taking this down to only 2 days a week of instruction and half days at that, these IEP kids are just going to be falling more and more and more and more behind. So that's that. My other thing with the young kids, my DK student, he was at the school actually for an hour and a half a couple weeks ago getting a read done for an IEP. And my question is about masks. Are kids going to be allowed to wear face shields? Because my son was there for an hour and a half, like I said, and he soaked through 2 masks. And his teacher's already kind of made a joking comment that these kids are going to have 10 masks in their backpacks just to be at school. So I'm a little concerned with these young kids. Like, they don't even keep them on if they go back. So that's that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Jennifer. Hello,
Me?
Jennifer. Jennifer, that's you.
Yeah, that's me. Okay, I'm School of Choice, 925 Hendrickson and Clausen.
Jennifer, what's your last name?
Bernie, B-U-R-N-E-Y.
Thank you.
And I'd like to say I was super excited to transition to Royal Oak for 6th grade. COVID hit, things changed. Not Royal Oak's fault. However, going into about 4 or 5 weeks of this, I'm not especially happy about Mondays and Fridays. They're very nil. I'm lucky enough to work from home, but I have to run up my stairs multiple times a day to see if she has work to do. And 9 times out of 10, she says no. Being very fit, she plays Royal Oak travel soccer. Gym teacher, give her something to do. This is a kid that can blow the mile run out in a heartbeat. I have a big problem with gym. I have a big problem with math. English language, I'm okay with it. I get it. It's a process. But Monday and Fridays wasn't quite like it was spelled out to be. So with that being said, I agree with a lot of the other parents on the panel. We're here. We're willing to do what we have to do. However, being a working parent, I got to pay the bills. I can't keep running upstairs checking in to see if my kid has something to do between 8 and 3. easily, 8 and 3. Give her something to do, because I'm the parent that will reinforce making sure she has something to do. So I just feel let down, and I'd like to see a little change of course and or face-to-face. I expect 200%. That's me. Thank you for your time. Thank you, all you teachers and the board.
Thank you, Jennifer. I see Amy Brown.
Hi. So I first was wondering, I'm just curious on why the district did not survey the parents before, promoting this in-person learning plan, because, in my district specifically that I work in, there's about almost 40%. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't say my address.
Thank you.
Amy Brown, 420 Beaver.
Thank you.
So I was saying, I'm sorry, in my specific district that I work in, Farmington Hills, there was about 40% of parents who said that they were not going to be returning their students face to face. So given that circumstance, that would definitely, if it were a similar outcome in Royal Oak, that would definitely change the outcome for, the plans basically. And much like another parent commented, my first grader has developed a great relationship with Mrs. S, and I love her. And, unfortunately we would opt for virtual, and us not being given an opportunity for the continuation of the program that we've become accustomed to, and having to basically restart over again is a concern. Also, with that being said, how will the students switching from Royal Oak remote going to virtual academy, basically go through this program when they're not starting it at the beginning of the year, number one. Number two, is there going to be some learning gaps or, misinformation that they did not receive, or are they going to start like on the second quarter portion of VA and they didn't already have the first quarter? I'm curious on what criteria is being used to determine if it's safe for in-person learning, because according to the Oakland County health nurses, the cases should be at 30 to 35 per million, which is, in Royal Oak specifically, they're at 17.2 per 10,000. And that's 50 times difference if you calculate those decimals. So the cases are not where they should be. They're not anywhere near the 30 to 35 million threshold when you convert them. I'm not going to walk through the mathematical steps of that, but my last thing is, the White House can't even keep this out of the building. So I don't know how schools really think that they're going to be able to contain this. And I am also concerned, much like other people said, with the decrease in instruction for the in-person learning plans, specifically, with the elementary and middle school, because that's where my children attend. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Cook.
My name is Michelle Cook, and I reside at 824 Woodcrest, and I have a son that goes to Northwood Elementary. He attends 4th grade. And I just want to echo some things I've heard from some of the previous parents on the call by saying what has changed as far as, COVID. I think that we are safe to come into the buildings. I feel that when the district made the choice to go to all virtual, the cases were lower than they are now. And I'm seeing on the news tonight that Michigan is one of 35 states where hospitalizations are going up. And as has been pointed out, we are also now going to be getting into a flu season. So all of that taken together with some of the things that, I'm hearing about, it will be really less instruction for our kids, less structure more risk. I haven't heard anything that makes me believe that the kids will have 6 feet minimum of social distancing at all times. Have their classrooms been rated for how many occupants can be in those classrooms to maintain that social distance? I'm a teacher district, and our district has done that. They have, checked out how many occupants can be in any given classroom. And then just, I guess, on a personal note, I'm feeling very frustrated right now because I feel like our family is being put in a very difficult spot here to make a choice between having our son attend this hybrid program. In that case, we have to discontinue him being able to see his grandparents, whom he sees on like a weekly basis and are very important in their lives and in his life, because we just would not feel like the risk was, something that we could live with. Or we have the other choice of enrolling our son in the virtual academy, having him taken away, the people that he has come to rely upon as his school community. And frankly, I feel like the virtual academy, we still have heard very, very little at any of these board meetings about what the virtual academy is. I feel that it is a subpar option. It does not sound like, it's just so nebulous, and it just sounds like it would be my son, working on programs that are adjusted level or something like that. I mean, I could put him on Khan Academy myself. So I'm just very with this situation because, as many have stated, we were hoping for better. There's been time to look at these plans further, and I just feel like this doesn't just feel like this isn't really offering a better situation than what we're having now. It sounds like a step backwards. Thank you.
Thank you. I see a Kim Sachs McManaway.
Yes. Hi, my name is Kim Sachs McManaway. I live at 2009 Kenwood Court. I have 2 daughters, twins at Keller Elementary in 2nd grade. Their teacher, Miss Socorifis, is fabulous and new to the district and doing an amazing job. When one of my 7-year-old daughters heard part of the meeting tonight, she asked, why are they doing this now? I promised her I would ask that question, as I have it as much as she does. I asked her about her feelings. She said she was nervous. She couldn't tell what had changed, and I told her she could go to bed knowing I'd ask it for her. She has a lot of wisdom. I too am uncertain what has changed that makes this a smart move now. While there is some evidence that transmission rates in children are not as high as in other age groups, that evidence is not uncontroverted. Moreover, we are talking about families with multi-generational contacts and staff with varying ages, health situations, and living situations. Tonight, a plan has been proposed that lowers the number of days that students will see their teachers. It also is a plan where students who have a daily schedule at least 4 days a week will now have none 3 days a week. In households with working adults, this is putting a ton of stress on parents. You're going to add to the stress with this plan, not diminish it. I myself had to be teaching virtually when this meeting started, so I will admit that I missed a little bit. But this is something with which I have some experience and expertise. I get that virtual learning is not easy. Technology can fail. But just as much as we shouldn't be looking to what other schools do in terms of going back, we shouldn't be going back just because other schools around us are going there. Cases have not gone down since this decision was made before. If anything, they have gone up. There are schools with outbreaks, and those outbreaks are growing. In fact, the state has mandated that they have to report them sooner in order that parents can make these decisions. Flu season's going to complicate this. I personally thought I had COVID in August, and it took 6 days to get results. What will we do for students who have to be quarantined because of lags in testing? This plan seems like it will create 2 classes within each class that will have the teacher doing double duty at best. That's not ideal. Giving families 1 week to decide is unacceptable, especially when they have finally found a home and a groove. I get that the current situation does not work now for everyone, but constant change doesn't work for anyone. Teach our students that science matters, that their teachers, parents, and grandparents matter. Now is the time to lead, and Royal Oak is better than this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie B.
Hello, my name is Stephanie, and unfortunately, I am not willing to disclose my physical address, but I am a resident of Royal Oak School District, and my daughter does attend Upton. And my comments are in regards to special education and general education because my child is in both. And one of them is in regard to like what happens when a student in a classroom or a family has been exposed and it is released to the school. What do the parents and the students that were in the classroom, what are they going to do? Are they staying home and all quarantine? Like, what will that week look like if they are? Because those students can't go into the class. Will it remove to just virtual? In addition, I do want to give a lot of props to the Upton school. My child's special education team is, they have their game on, especially Miho and Jane. I thank you for everything that your staff has done for her. Because I don't think that she would have what she had if it wasn't for the relationship that I have with the staff. In addition, my concerns are when we do move back, full time or not full time, but hybrid, how am I supposed to know that she's getting that additional help in those situations that I'm available to help her? Because I am a single parent. I do work a full-time job for a university. And I am literally working from, 7 a.m. till midnight, even 12:30 every single day and on weekends. And the instructions that are given to the students that are in the gen ed population, but are special education, it's targeted for a one size fits all. So we struggle with like a lot of the comprehension that is required for all those students. So we're spending, 4 days reiterating lectures that, her gen ed teacher has, discussed with the staff and even in small groups. And we're not, getting a resolution to like the actual assignment and like the comprehension, because like the words and the verbiage specifically in, ELA classes is so advanced that I myself don't even know what the words mean and have never used. And so I'm just really concerned how like that's going to convert and how she's going to be able to get the growth that I'm actually like giving her in addition to what she's learning, because the communication level that I'm receiving on the gen ed staff is a lot lower than what I want. I feel like I need like a weekly syllabus to prepare her for the comprehension that's required. Additionally, like in regards to
Stephanie, can you finish your comments, please?
Yeah, and additionally, to parent-teacher conferences, I wanted to know what that was going to look like. If it was going to be like a multi-teacher, because a lot of students have multiple teachers, or is it going to be individual teacher comments for virtual? And thank you for my time. Your time.
Nicole A.
Yeah, my name is Nicole Sarwald, and I live on North Wilson in Royal Oak. I have 3 children at Oak Ridge, 2 in 5th grade, 1 in 1st. I just kind of want to echo what a lot of the what a lot of the people have said. Um, our cases were better when you guys changed to full virtual, and we're heading into into flu season. We're heading into winter when people are going to be indoors. Um, I don't understand the thinking. I don't understand losing education time one-on-one with teachers in families, which are what classrooms are to these kids, especially elementary, their teacher and their other classmates, pulling them away from all of that they've built those great initial bonds with, and then giving them less instruction time in a severely more unsafe environment by putting them face to face in a school. Elementary age kids can't be asked to keep a mask on constantly. I have no problem with it, but I'm almost a 40-year-old woman and I spent time in nursing in college. But you cannot expect to be able to maintain safety protocols in an elementary school. It's never going to happen. We're talking about kids that end up sick within the first month of going to school normally. It's unreasonable to take away education to increase their risk of getting sick. That's what this boils down to. We have a pattern now. We have 4 days of one-on-one instruction with them. Yes, it's over a computer, but is that not better than putting them in an unsafe situation where they can potentially take it home? People talk about the mental health of these kids being away from peers and teachers, but what about when they leave the school? What if they get sick at school and come home and infect a parent or a grandparent or, God forbid, a sibling? What if my child comes home sick? They can get better, but they give me, an immunocompromised person, COVID. I almost ended up admitted to the hospital after 24 hours with the flu. What if they come home and their mom dies and they have to live with that? So I'm asking all of you on the board tonight that think that it's a great plan to send our kids back to listen to that little girl that the mom put on earlier. That's our students. They're scared. They're like, this is working. I can see my kids. I can see my teacher. I'm safe. I'm not going to put somebody I love at risk. I think you guys need to think real hard about that, because that girl brought me to tears. And I would hope she did that to every single one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Kara Kissling.
Hi, my name is Kara Kissling. I am at 1510 North Maple Avenue. I am the parent of a Northwood Elementary student and a Royal Oak Middle School student. I guess, I think it goes without saying that there's a lot of upheaval in our state right now with the Supreme Court orders, affecting Whitmer's orders. And, we talk about these phases. I think I heard the word state and county in the presentation. I could be wrong. I admittedly, I joined a little late after work, but I saw phases 3, 4, and 5. There's a lot going on right now in terms of, the health department taking over orders and, election season. I mean, not to mention just, the general, what we've learned about COVID. When you think about the early days of this pandemic and some of the hygiene theater we are performing on groceries, and now we know as we follow the science, and I'll echo Jennifer Acevedo's comments about airborne transmission. We're asking to return in November when we have new information coming out now, admittedly slow, and perhaps politicized, but about what we're looking at in terms of outbreaks here. And I will say that outbreaks are happening in schools. The state reports every Monday at 3 p.m. Outbreaks, in schools, and these might be an undercount as well. But just in Wayne County last week, 11 students and staff at a grade school, private grade school, constitute a new outbreak, and that's one school. So, and I think what we're hearing from a lot of parents is that, we're getting used to the consistency of what this online looked like. No plan is going to be a perfect plan. No plan is going to be great right now. We're all living in this kind of, world of just bad choices. So I really want us to think about when we were, when our district was putting these plans into effect, there was this state model of phases. Things are changing now. And if we really care about our kids' mental health, as I've heard us discuss, and I'm glad that is something that is being discussed, where does consistency fit into that? Where does, where does mental health fit into, having something that you can rely on? If you have to go back to, going into in school versus, okay, there's an outbreak and we have to come out and in and out. I'm wondering, is that not going to wreak havoc on our children's and our parents' mental well-being? So I really want us to think about whether this hybrid plan is really a plan at all. Is a hybrid model something we even want to pursue? There are other districts pursuing it.
Sarah, can you
I
finish
get
up your
that.
comments, please?
Yes. So I will just say that given, to wrap up, when these plans were devised, there was a lot that is now different in our state. There's a lot now that we know that is different. I would like our board to really consider that when we think about whether going forward with a hybrid model, is truly the best choice. It seems like a lot of effort for very little benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Z. Winters.
Okay, hi. So I know this is a really possible situation for everybody. And I just want to echo, I'm sorry, my Lisa Z. Winters, I'm at 21830 Stratford Street in Oak Park. I'm a schools of choice parent. My daughter's at Upton. And so I just want to start off first just echoing the amazing job our teachers are doing. I hear her is in the 4th grade, and I hear her teachers, Mrs. Shemansky and Mr. Boyer, and they are doing a phenomenal job navigating this. And I will also say that it feels impossible for us at home too. I work full-time and I'm solo parenting at home because her dad is a critical infrastructure worker. And so some days it feels impossible to get through the day. That said, I'm really concerned about this plan. I'm not sure where the rush to go hybrid is coming from. And as several parents have said, first of all, the science, and we want the district to follow science, right? So this is an impossible situation. So then to me, then that means let's follow the science. And the numbers are going up. We now know there was just a Princeton study, really asymptomatic kids spread the virus. And the parent who just spoke a few minutes ago, that is my fear too for these children, is what happened when, and this is what I keep hearing, what we heard from the administrators and the board questions. It wasn't if there's COVID in the schools, it's when. And I'm really concerned about how kind of nonchalantly that when is spoken. So when that happens, how does that affect our children? Hybrid is probably the kind of safe way to send our kids to school. Parents already send their kids to school sick, whether they, for a variety of reasons. And now that we know that asymptomatic kids can spread the virus, I mean, just a year ago, half of Amara's school, half of Upton was out sick because of a virus that just spread through. So I cannot imagine if that had been COVID. So that's the science part. The science is like, I don't understand, why we're rushing to send the kids back to school when the science is totally against it. It's also an equity issue. We know that children of color are more likely to die from COVID-19. That's a fact. We also know the research shows that parents of children of color are the least excited to send their kids back face to face, in part because they know of the racial disparities of how this disease hits communities of color. And so I'm really concerned that at this point, the choice would be between hybrid for parents of color, especially, but for all parents to send our children to hybrid, knowing that they're at increased risk for a serious illness or for causing serious illness at home, or sending them to the virtual academy, which it's.
Can you finish your remarks, please?
Yes, I will finish my remarks.
Thank you.
Virtual academy, which does not provide the social emotional learning support. And then I just really, and also, the last thing that I want to say is that you're saying we're going to go hybrid right after the election. As you're well aware, the Build the Wall incident and the news hanging happened after the last election. We are so worried. I'm so worried that the recent presidential remarks, stand back and stand by, calling the COVID-19 the virus and flu. I'm anxious, and I haven't heard anybody say how are they going to prepare for the possible kinds of similar actions from students and from the non-actions from the parents, or excuse me, from adults standing by. So there are so many ways that this feels so precarious and dangerous and scary. And so I'm asking the board to hear the parents that are speaking today, and most important, to listen to the science and not leave the equity piece out. Thank you.
Thank you. Danny Yoakum.
Hi, my name is Danny Yoakum. I live at 23101 Seneca in Oak Park. I'm schools of choice. I can only speak to my elementary experience. My daughter goes to Oakland Elementary. She's in 5th grade. Miss Critchett has been phenomenal. They've really created an environment for the children where they're learning and they're getting that social emotional attention. My daughter heard we were going to go back to school. I'm so sorry. And is petrified. She is ready to have a nervous breakdown about her fears entering school. I don't understand why we're ignoring science. We get enough of that in the media. The COVID protocols, in my opinion, do not meet anything that the CDC is saying. We're going to pull a kid out. We're going to put them in a room. We're going to trace anybody who is sitting 6 feet from them when now we know it's airborne. If these kids have been sitting in a room for 7 hours together, you can't tell me that that's not close contact, that air, no matter if you have the windows open, is not getting through. I'm sorry. So now we have this choice in 7 days to strip her of seeing all of her friends the only way that she can, or strip her from seeing the only family that she can, her grandparents. These are our choices now with these kids, and you're talking about their emotional well-being. I would rather have internet interruptions and, the teacher having to repeat herself every now and then than to have sick kids, sick families, or kids living through the stress of what they're living through right now. This is not business as usual. This is your opportunity to listen to science. This is your opportunity to stand up and not be pressured and to do what we all know should be done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Erica Alexander.
Thank you. Erica Alexander, 3592 Arbor, Royal Oak. I have a daughter who is a 6th grader at Roms. I'm really disappointed, more so than the more I've listened. I think the only thing that I feel good about so far is that there are so many people who are speaking out and sharing the same concerns that I have. I would like to echo, I don't understand why parents and teachers weren't involved in the reconsideration of the needs. I know that there were significant contributions that teachers and administrators put in to these plans initially. And I am not in any way suggesting that that wasn't important, but I'm hearing that teachers are learning these plans during this meeting, which that tells me that teachers were not a part of this reconsideration or this plan to return. We just got into a really good routine with remote learning. My daughter is doing well. She's connecting with her amazing teachers at ROMS, and she's connecting with and meeting new students. And I'm saddened that I'm now being placed in a position where I'm being asked to increase the risk for her returning to in-person instruction. And she's actually going to be getting less in-person instruction in this new arrangement. So you're asking me to increase her risk for less of a payout. And I don't understand. The science doesn't support it. The time of the year is absolutely horrible. We're fighting a respiratory pandemic, and you're talking about sending our students back into school for less. The elementary parents are talking about their concerns of their children getting less. The middle school parents are talking about their concern. I did the math. They're going to be getting 675 hours of live instruction, which is made up of the 2 days of in-person learning, 225 minutes, and the Friday, 225 minutes. Currently, they're getting 360 minutes of synchronous learning times 3 days for 1,080. I don't understand. I don't understand the reason other than other districts are doing this. Our district is better than this. We do not have to make a decision simply because other people are doing it. I don't want to wait until there's fallout. I don't want to have to think about whether or not my daughter can continue to have contact with my 79-year-old father, or if I'm going to be placing her into a different place for her to attend school. I'm either going to have to put her in a different school, or I'm going to have to put her in the virtual academy. And I think that's a horrible position that we're being placed in. And I don't think there's any science to support a reason to change. I appreciate the board's consideration and voting against this current proposal.
Thank you. Heather Pillett.
Hi, good evening. My name is Heather Palat, and I live at 1423 Mayfield in Royal Oak. I have 3 children, 2 at Northwood Elementary and 1 at the Royal Oak Middle School. I would like to start by acknowledging the incredible efforts of the teachers and the staff at Northwood Elementary in particular. I'm really grateful for the true engagement, the effort, and the care that we've personally observed by our teachers and our principal, Ms. Nipper. Having said that, I'm incredibly frustrated with the amount of instruction that has been offered at the middle school. And the plan offered today has only exacerbated that frustration. I am fully in favor of a return to school. My 3 children are not afraid, and they desperately want to go back and be with their classmates and their teachers. Their friends and their cousins are back in school every day at other districts and other private schools, and they are thriving. However, in my view, the goal of the return to school is to increase the amount of instruction and coursework that children receive. Attending school 2 mornings a week, as I've heard proposed this evening, is a horrible disservice to our children. As noted by other parents this evening, this feels like a huge backward step. And I can't fathom how this plan meets minimum standards. We can and we should do better. It's incredibly disheartening to hear members of this board challenge presenters today as to what the district has learned and how their plans have been adapted over time based on lessons learned. There are ways to increase the amount of in-person instruction for students who want to be in school, and then live stream for parents who are not comfortable with their children returning. However, based upon the plans offered tonight, it seems patently obvious to me that the district has not learned very much from the experiences of students and parents over the last several months. They have not learned or acknowledged the advice of the teachers and teaching staff in the school, and seems like learned nothing whatsoever from our sister districts who are successfully navigating the return to school in ways that appear much more rigorous than the plans presented tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Treva Hornby.
Hi. I just wanted to comment. My name is Treva Formby. My address is 812 North Blair Avenue, and I have one child who's at the high school. Actually, he very much appreciates the virtual learning, and I think it's going well, and we do appreciate it as well. I just want to echo what some of the parents are saying about, I don't know what the rush is to get the kids back in school. We are in phase 4, but the cases in the state have been rising and rising over the last couple of months. Even in phase 4 and phase 5, even if our cases are low, it just doesn't change the method of transmission and the contagiousness of the disease. So I don't understand why you would put the kids into the classroom, run the risk of them getting infected, infecting other kids, possibly bringing it home to their families. I mean, the level of turmoil that you'd be bringing. I mean, one kid gets it, then the whole classroom has to go home, then their relatives have to quarantine for 2 weeks. I mean, it just seems like a crazy rigmarole that you'd be setting up. And also considering that the CDC had come out recently to say that young kids can spread the virus. It just seems like it's not a good time with the cases rising to go back to school in person. And my other concern is when they're in school and it's half a class in school, I just don't see how you can maintain that 6 feet of distance. I mean, you have like 30 kids in a classroom, so you have 15. I mean, how big is the classroom? It just seems impossible that would be few enough kids to maintain 6 feet of distance. When I go to work, we're not allowed to be in rooms with other people. I mean, we have to stay in our offices alone. And when we go to conference rooms, and we have huge conference rooms for 40 people, only 10 people are allowed in that conference room. So I just don't understand. I don't understand the rush to go back, and I don't understand how it would work if it did. And I think, again, you need to follow the science and make sure that the kids are actually safe while they're at school, the teachers are safe, and also the families that are going to come into contact with the kids are safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Casey Kukowski.
Hi, I live at 30718 Whittier Avenue in Madison Heights. My kids do go to Royal Oak at Oak Ridge, 1st and 3rd grade. I'm in support of a return to school plan. It goes without saying, we all care about the safety of the kid. But this virtual has been a disaster for my family. My kid hates school. There's crying. There's yelling every single day. We mustered through spring, and we were hoping that there'd be some sort of hybrid in the fall. And at the last minute, there wasn't. I work full time out of the home. So does their mother. And we can't sit. Independent learning for a 1st grader is not independent learning. there needs to be an adult there at all times to help the kids. I think older kids can probably handle it. We have, friends that are in private schools right now thriving. We were not given enough time in late August or mid-August when this was announced to send our kids to private school. My mother and father were public educators for 40 years. I never thought I'd say, God, I wish I sent my kids to a private school. This has just been, I can't speak for other families. If you're thriving in virtual learning, God bless you. I'm happy for you, but we are not. We were excited about a return to school plan. We were not happy about 60 minutes of actual learning a day and not on Fridays with the virtual plan. So we were excited about the plan tonight. I was encouraged by the safety protocols that you guys have obviously put a lot of thought into it. Was very encouraged by that. And I think the one thing we can all agree on is that we're concerned about the education. 2 days a week, and 3 days a week where they're not learning anything. They're getting homework. We're paying $1,300 a month to send our kids to the YMCA because we have to go to work. If you're not comfortable sending your kids to school, don't. I have to send my kids to school. Yeah, I'm damn concerned about their safety. We all are. But we're also concerned about their education. And I'm concerned that this plan, the virtual plan, we weren't happy with. The plan I heard about tonight, 2 days a week and 3 days a week where they're not going to learn anything. Maybe some homework, busy work. It's really disappointing. I'm really upset. So thank you for listening. I hope you'll consider a plan that fits families like mine that want to send their kids to school, that want to get them an education. And I know you have to balance that with others that want to keep their kids at home. But we can't wait forever till there's a vaccine. 2022, when we got to send our kids back to school. So I at least appreciate you, coming up with something. But 2 days a week is not enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Cassandra Fitzgerald.
Hey, hey, school board. My name's Cassandra Fitzgerald. I am a paraeducator for Royal Oak Schools. I want to give some kudos to the building I work at Adams Elementary. We've been working very hard, both myself and the teachers and other support staff there, we are doing our utmost best. But as I see currently with the current proposal of going to 2 days virtual, 2 days in person, I don't see it as, I see it as a good alternative, but it's not exactly the best. Well, there is really no real best solution right now, but we're working with what we can do for trying to meet the needs of everybody. But have we looked at other school districts in our area of comparable size, such as Berkeley or Clawson? Are we in line with them as far as our plans are similar or different? And our cases are up overall in the last couple of months. So this hybrid format, I actually work 2 jobs. I'm a paraeducator Monday through Friday. I work Kroger. I'm a frontline worker on the weekends. So potentially any day that I come into the building could be a potential COVID risk. Because I come across a ton more people than the average. Working my weekend job. I'm considering leaving that job just to reduce the overall risk to both students, staff, parents, and everybody, so that it's just a betterment for all involved. But my idea would be if we're doing a hybrid format, it would be like a Monday, Tuesday, cohort A, Thursday, Friday, cohort B, with a deep clean in the middle of the week. That way it could reduce the amount of that easier for contact tracing, basically, and to deep clean. That's just my thoughts. I thank the board for taking my comment. I thank all the staff members. I see Mr. Ioannis is live on the call right now. I thank everybody that's involved in the planning and the preparation. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. And I thank everybody, parents, other staff members who have been on this call. Have a great day and a night.
Thank you. So I see Tony. Hello? Tony, are you there? Okay, we'll skip over Tony and go to Stacy Dunow. Paula, are you there? Tony, can you hear us? So let's move on to Stacy Dunow, and we'll circle back to Tony if he gets back on. So I don't have control. Paula, do you have control?
I believe Ms. Sutterfield's having a small technical difficulty, Mr. Brinker, so I'm attempting to get a hold of her on the cell phone.
Gotcha. And Marcy, it looks like you're hosting now. Marcy Dryden, are you there?
I am here.
Can you unmute Stacy Dunow since you're the host?
I can try. How am I the host now?
Because it looks like Paula bailed out. You were here before me.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Ms. Sutterfield is continuing to work on it. She can hear she can hear some of the things that we're talking about, but she isn't having good luck getting the program to respond at this time. But I don't know, Ms. Dryden, what you're seeing.
I can't see anything.
So again, I apologize as we get this technical difficulty worked out. There she is. Hey, Paula, welcome back.
I am not sure what happened there. Thank you, Paula, for being back on.
So, Paula, could you unmute Stacy Do Now?
Yes, one moment.
Thank you.
There we go.
Hi, thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Thanks for bearing with us.
Yep, no problem. My name is Stacy Dino. I'm calling from 1041 North Altadena Avenue. I was just calling in with concerns that I have regarding transparency regarding cases when they do arise in schools. I know that some of this is the health department's regulations, and I suspect some of it is also what the district policy is going to be, but I'm seeing in other districts who have been face-to-face that there are some cases that are coming up in classrooms, and from what I understand, the health department is only contacting the parents of the children who literally are within 6 feet of those children who have tested positive, which from what I understand means if your kid sits on the other side of the room, you're not going to get a call from the health department. And if depending on what the district's reporting policy is on this, you may or may not know if there is a positive case in your child's classroom. So I'm wondering, I know some of this is the health department. I know some of this might be district policy. So I'm wondering what the district policy will be to let parents know if there's a case in your child's classroom. I have kids in elementary school, so I'm thinking from the elementary perspective. I'm also wondering just how the local community might be notified. Will that be somewhere on the district website where there'll be a letter that comes home, like the lice letter that we get? I'm just looking for ways that the specific details on how the health department is going to handle cases in the schools, and then how the district's going to be transparent about what are going on with cases. And I just lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Also, another thought that I had, I know some people haven't been very excited about the hybrid model. I've read that the hybrid model does tend to increase just, I don't know, I guess chances of cases, because oftentimes many families need additional care for those off days. So you have families, using different places of care on their off days and then coming into school. So there's kind of a lot more chances for transmission. So those are just some specific concerns that I have regarding cases in the schools, and with about a week to decide whether or not to do the virtual academy, I would like to see some details on how the health department and the district is going to handle cases in schools, so that we can have that information on hand to make a decision in a week. And that is all that I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny Kolakowski.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Jenny Kolakowski, I'm at 8 Rhode Island Avenue in Royal Oak. I have 2 kids at Adams in 1st and 5th grade. So I'll just echo everyone else's sentiments. It, obviously is still important to be said in terms of how much time and effort you guys have all put into all the work, and the teachers that are doing a fabulous job, not just, at Adams, I'm sure everywhere, but we've been very happy with, the way our teachers have been working. I think, especially with the tight timeline that people are talking, a week in terms of virtual academy, I definitely think we would have liked to hear, more specifics tonight about the quarantine process for the exposures. This was definitely something that we were kind of waiting on the health department for in the July meeting, and I don't think that we heard enough tonight. Obviously, I'm in healthcare, so I know what that looks like from the standpoint of a hospital system, and that's where we're seeing a lot of the issues happening in other districts about contact tracing, and and my concern is really if each of my child has an exposure, let's say once per month, that's 2 weeks at home with no live instruction. That's another question that I would like to be clarified. I also really would have liked to have seen more updated parent survey. The information that you have might not be the current perspective for families. And, as COVID changes, our opinions change and our needs change as well. I do have some concern about the lack of structure on those off days. Maybe we could consider the specials being offered on those off days to have some more, does that have to be live necessarily? And for the dates that the kids are assigned to, I know there might be some switching to even classes out, but I would just really urge the teachers to be able to let the families know which one they'll be assigned to as soon as possible, because there's a lot of work schedules and caregiver structures that need to be managed. And, for myself, I see patients, my patients are booked out until December, January. So it's really hard to make those changes. It affects other people. So that would be helpful. And then I guess my last comment is just about the virtual academy. A lot of families didn't choose that option, probably because they didn't get a ton of information, but just wondering if the district feels they're prepared for the possible increase to those class sizes with the amount of teachers that, have already been dedicated to VA. Given the sentiments on the call tonight, I imagine a lot of families are feeling like they might need to switch. So those are my thoughts, and thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Michelle S.
Hi, this is Scott Schnudler, 2603 Benjamin Avenue. I have a child in Adams and a child at Roms. Well, it's supposed to be at Roms. I want to thank the teachers, the administrators, everybody involved over the summer with all the hard work they put in for trying to plan for this unprecedented time. The plan that's been laid before us, I don't think that it's any better than what we're currently going through. I agree with trying to come back to school. But as many have said, I think we're actually decreasing time. I have a child with an IEP who is actually struggling in gym class, of all classes to struggle in, because of the work that's being given. It's not necessarily physical education. It's more quiz based, where there's not support for her. As far as the COVID, I think we have to look at what's going on with private schools that have been open for 4, 5, 6 weeks. I have not heard of outbreaks coming from area private schools where they've been in session, and a lot of them I'm hearing are at 2 and 3 times enrollment. And as far as the number of tests going, positive tests that we're having in the community, from intimate knowledge, even though we have more and more positive tests, we are not having hospital admissions. We're seeing more of positive cases that are asymptomatic. So I think there's some some troubling thoughts out there that a positive test is an illness, where flu, same thing. You can have the flu and not be sick. So all those things in consideration, I would like to see the school open up some more in-face instruction. I think it's hard for especially my children to concentrate at home on a computer and too much screen time. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Kelly McKinney.
Hi, my name's Kelly McKinney. I live at 906 Cedar Hill, and I have two children that go to Northwood Elementary. My daughter's in 4th grade, and my son is in 1st grade. And I just have to say, I'm amazed every day at the teachers and such a wonderful job that they're doing, all the creative solutions that they're coming up with, and the ways that they're able to connect with the kids in this virtual setting. I'm just really, I've been unexpectedly just in awe of it all. So thank you. But my concern is my son, who has an IEP. Right now, he's able to go into the school for a few hours a day, and he's able to get his IEP services, and he's able to work with his para. And if it weren't for that, I don't know that he would be succeeding in the way that he is. He needs these services to access the general education in which he's in. And I guess I just am looking for more clarity on what this cohort system is going to look like for him and for other kids like him. I'm not, because right now he's getting 4 days, and will that mean it'll be dropped to 2 days, where 3 days he'll kind of be left to flounder? So I'm really concerned about that. I'm concerned that these plans, I'm not really sure what they're based on, if they're based on science or if we're just trying to follow along with the crowd. And I really hope that a lot of thought and a lot of attention to detail is being put into kids like my son that have alternative education plans and special education plans, and that we are just looking out for everyone's best interests and not just the majority of the kids. So I just want to, as I wrap up, I just want to echo all the parents that have spoken up and voiced their concerns, which I also am in agreement with them. And that's it, I guess. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tim Chichorski.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Tim Chichorski. I live at 227 East 12 Mile Road, unit number 8. I really don't know where to start. I think the majority of the parents that we've heard tonight are all in agreement, the vast majority are at least, that this is not the time to move to this new plan. It seems rushed. A lot of parents have said that. I don't know that it's really rushed. This is a plan that the board did devise in July and then backtracked and went to an all virtual plan. And I do understand that this is your last board meeting before that November 9th deadline for the face-to-face of the new, I'm sorry, the hybrid plan that you're proposing. So it does make sense that this is something you'd be discussing at this meeting here. It does give the appearance of being rushed. Like I said, I don't know that it really is rushed. I think it's very telling that as we listen to the parents who are talking tonight, that almost all are parents of middle school and elementary school students. Those are the students that are affected by this change. The high school parents, I think, are very aware of what's going on. And I think they're not voicing their opinions because things are staying as they are. And their students are able to stay home and stay safe. It's also important that I think we realize this very week, a Detroit public school teacher passed away from COVID. She contracted the virus from school, and her students have lost a teacher. Her 4-year-old daughter has lost a mother. Don't know that that's something that we want to have to encounter in Royal Oak. As many people said, we do need to follow the science and the data on this virus. It is increasing in the last 2 weeks. People have been talking about the last few months. It's increased exponentially in the last 2 weeks. And again, the points that people are making that the return to in-person instruction is decreasing their instruction. It doesn't make much sense to me. I understand the parents that are extremely frustrated on both sides of the issue. I mean, it's very difficult for a parent who is working to be at home with their student and making sure their student's learning. But it's also very frustrating and concerning to parents who are so very concerned for the safety of their students. Do you think we need to look at the risks of going back to school? And I think at this point that those risks truly do outweigh the benefits of being back into a hybrid system. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela Halverson.
Hi. Good evening. I am Angela Halverson. I am at 917 Butternut Avenue in Royal Oak. I am the parent of 2 boys in elementary school, 1st and 4th grade. We're at Oak Ridge Elementary. First of all, I am fully in support of a back to school plan. I understand it's going to be limited. I completely understand that, but in my opinion, not as limited as you're proposing. In the current scenario, what we're doing right now, there's very little live teaching going on for both of my children. At most 2 hours live with their teachers. The focus is on independent learning. These are children. They're 7 and 9. Independent learning for kindergarten, 1st grade. They're not independent learning. They are learning with assistance from their parents. Now you're telling us that in this proposed scenario, it's going to be even less. We are 2 full-time working parents. We are very fortunate in that we are working out of the home. But now we're talking about 4 people in this house. It's difficult to carry on a full-time job all the while assisting 2 kids, making sure that they're doing their work, making sure that they're submitting what they need to submit. It's a difficult time for everybody. I probably have one of the best case scenarios, but it's still extremely challenging. Other schools in Royal Oak, there's private schools in Royal Oak and certainly in public schools in Oakland County that they have gone back and they have done so successfully. Have you learned how they're doing that? Can we look at their cleaning, their sanitizing methods? Can we look at how they are able to do so successfully? I want to bring up the point, our teachers are amazing. We are so fortunate to have the Oak Ridge teachers that we have. They are amazing. We are putting so much pressure on our teachers right now. We're forcing them to be not only teachers, but tech support and platform experts and communicators on that platform. And I'm so disappointed to hear during this call that their input has not been taken into consideration during this proposal. It's all on them, and I'm just so disappointed, and I want to express that. I would like to propose an option that I've heard here before. Could we have in-person learning and live stream those classes? So I understand there are families that do not want to send their kids into school at this time. I fully respect that. Why complicate it by having a whole virtual academy, a whole other platform? Could we not just live stream those classes? Yes, there may be additional work on the part of the teachers, and there will be things to work out there, but that seems to be a great option for making people that aren't comfortable sending their kids to school in person, but also respecting those of us who greatly value the mental well-being of our children who need to be around other kids. I'm just wrapping it up. This is your opportunity to listen to the families and the parents that have stayed on for a 3.5-hour phone call, as have all of you. And I really, really appreciate your time and your efforts to listen to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Hunter Procurat.
Hello, my name is Hunter. I am a student of Royal Oak High School. I live in Troy, so it's school of choice. And I think it's important to hear from a student, even though I'm not necessarily going to be going back. You can be careful about getting infected or not, but I know people who do sports. I am one of those people who go and do sports with other students. And social distancing, we try to, it doesn't happen. And if you're going to send the elementary school back or the middle school back, or both, they still live with high school students, so you might as well send all three. I mean, it's greater chance of infection, but still. If you're going to send one and one gets infected, you're going to get the whole family. And I'm not learning anything in this. For online, we're all students, and I get that there's some responsible students out here, but granted, most of us just go on our phones, or we don't understand what the teacher's actually saying, or our internet will bug out. And even people I know who are responsible people, they aren't learning anything. And it's important to learn. You can be like, okay, we get more hours learning, but are we actually learning though? We're not. We're struggling. And mentally, it's very hard on us emotionally not to see our friends. People that I know who are depressed are having a very hard time dealing with this. You can decide whether or not you're going to go back or not, but we aren't learning anything online. It's important what the kids are doing because we don't tell our parents everything. I know I don't tell my mother everything. You can think that your child's learning or you think they're paying attention, but they can just be zoned out staring at the screen. And there's no one-on-one learning. I'm one of those people who needs someone over my shoulder telling me what I did wrong on the math equation. And you just can't do that virtually. I have gone through like several emails with teachers going on one-on-one how I can get help, and I still don't understand how to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Foss.
Hi, my name is Laura Foss. I'm at 1413 Butternut. And I would just like to say, in thinking about what to comment and listening to all the other parents, I think 3 things that are super important to consider in any plan is convenience for parents, consistency for students, and quality for students. Unfortunately, every single plan is inconvenient for parents in some way, shape, or form. Virtual does not fit the needs of all of our families. Neither does hybrid or fully in person. But I would like to bring up that virtual and possibly a better hybrid plan could deliver more consistency and better quality for our families right now. I am very concerned with the ability for students to work independently for 3 days under the current hybrid plan. And I know that students that have 1 hour of independent work time while the teacher is meeting with other small groups, even the best and most self-motivated students struggle with that 1 hour, because normally in person we're circulating around and teachers are helping and providing little feedback here and there. And I think that there's going to be less accountability when students know that they're not checking in with those teachers on those days. Students are more motivated when they know they're going to see their teacher in a half an hour and they're going to check back in throughout the day. I also think that it's going to be really hard for parents to be able to communicate with the teachers on the days that they're at home by themselves, working independently, because the teachers will be in live sessions with the opposite cohort. So support won't be able to be given until potentially 3:30. And I know that that would be a major concern for a lot of parents who are relying on their teachers throughout the day right now for tech support. And I just think that we really need to think about the consistency and the quality of education that we're able to give if we are reducing the number of days that students are going to be with their teacher checking in live. Thank you for your time. And I know that this has been a long planning process since July, but I am surprised that there haven't been more changes made to the hybrid plan since then.
Thank you, Laura. D. Smiles.
Hello, yes, thank you very much for taking my call. My name is David Smiles. I live at 707 East LaSalle in Royal Oak. Want to thank everyone for taking the time tonight. Want to thank, I have a 7th grader at ROMS and a 5th grader at Keller Elementary. Thank you very much to everyone. We love you at Keller. Marcy and all the teachers there, you do a great job. Todd and Dan, we haven't gotten to know you as well, but we do appreciate all the efforts of everyone at ROMS too. Like a lot of parents tonight, I've been listening and just trying to absorb it and soak it all in. And I hear it, and I think I feel the frustration that a lot of parents feel out there. And I think it's fair to say that pretty underwhelmed with this plan and what's been rolled out so far. And I think that it's pretty evident that this plan needs some work, because it's managed to, in my opinion, and just listening to the people talking, people are irritated on both sides, whether you want your kids to go to school or you want to stay virtual. It seems like nobody is satisfied with this plan. And it doesn't seem like there's a lot of consensus on going forward with it. And I certainly don't think a week is enough time to give parents to sit down and digest it and figure out how they want to move forward on it. So I just wanted to, I guess, speak my piece and say, I think that if you can't satisfy the parents that either want to go to school or the parents that want to stay virtual, that maybe we need to sit down and revisit a plan and come up with something that's going to at least satisfy the majority of the parents and the teachers that are out there right now, because it doesn't seem like this plan addresses needs one way or the other. I want to thank everyone for their time. I want to thank everyone that did work on it. I know it sounds like maybe piling on a bit, but I do think that this plan is awful. And quite honestly, I think we can do better, Royal Oak. And I'm sorry, someone had to say it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lisa Haynes.
Hi, everyone. I first want to say, wow, what a meeting. And kudos to every single parent and child that is called in today to share how they feel. I think this is just tremendous, the outpouring of concern and not just rolling over and saying, well, it's going to be what it is.
Lisa, could you state your name and address, please?
Oh, sorry. Lisa Haynes, 4003 North Blair Avenue.
Thank you.
Okay. I would hope that instead of making a vote, that maybe the board takes a step back and really sits and takes into consideration what all the parents are saying, especially the elementary and middle school parents who are getting, I think, hit the hardest, where the things are changing and, as many people have pointed out, may have less instruction time. I have 2 high schoolers, so I think we've been very fortunate, even though, of course, I would love my senior to have the year he was hoping to have. But even my daughter today said that she's got an AP class and this online thing isn't working for her in that class because she really needs to ask one-on-one questions. But I would just hope that you would look and really listen to what these parents are saying. Many of them opened up their hearts to you guys. They all have kids in the school. Many of you don't any longer. Maybe it's a different way of impacting. I don't know. But we're all living it. And so just put that into consideration. Thanks to all the parents who call in. You guys are great. Thanks.
Thank you. So that's what I see on the list. There was one Tony that we couldn't get to when Paula was out. Let me check the attendee list to see if he's.
Jeff, I don't see him there.
Yep, I don't see him either.
Karen Fairless.
Yep, she just popped in. So Karen Fairless, you're up.
Hi, I'm Karen Fairless. I live at 1305 Woodlawn Avenue in Royal Oak. I have one at the middle school and one at the high school. And like a lot of parents have said, I don't understand why now. I may have missed that. Admittedly, I missed the beginning of the meeting. But the cases are continuing to rise in our city. I did not know about the death of the Detroit teacher, but I did hear about a death of a teacher or a school employee in Montcalm County in Grand Rapids area. I'm confused why you all are not meeting in person right now if it's safe in 4 weeks to send our teachers and our children back into the buildings. You're all virtual right now instead of sitting at the boardroom. That's a very big room. I would assume you could be socially distanced for the 15 or 20 people or 24 people that are on the call. So it's a little confusing listening to everyone say that you feel it's safe for our kids to be back in the building in 4 weeks when you guys are not meeting together. My husband is still working from home. I know we have many employers that are working from home, and he's often asked about what he feels about coming back to work and when and how he would feel safe. I want to know, have you asked your teachers what their opinion is on if they feel safe coming into the building? I really think we need, as other callers have said, to follow the science on this, and I just don't see where the science or the data suggests that this is the right time. If we did bring children back to the building, I heard about a sick room that kids would go in. And I'm wondering, the sick room, what would be the symptoms that would put someone in that sick room that were to show up during the day while they were there? Would it be a fever? Would it be a cough or a sneeze? Like, what would the symptoms be that would put a child in the sick room? We know that there are a lot of COVID people are asymptomatic, and these people are carriers. I actually know someone who has COVID right now. He's an adult who's battling it. He had no fever. His symptoms were he thought he had a sinus infection. And when he went to the doctor for treatment of what he thought was a sinus infection, turned out to be COVID. So I'm confused that if we did bring our kids back into the building, what would warrant them going into the sick room? Because I think we would still have people, children or adults, spreading it without even knowing that they had it. I feel like a lot of other parents have said, I appreciate all the hard work that everyone has put into this, but I think sending my children back my middle schooler for 2 mornings a week is very little benefit for the risk that it puts her at to bring her back into the building. And do you want to speak?
Yeah.
My middle schooler is actually still awake. She's been very invested in this meeting, listening to everyone speak, and she would like to say something.
Hi, my name is Emma. I'm a 6th grade student at Worms, and I personally do not feel safe going back. I'm scared. I don't want to get my parents sick or my grandparents or anyone I know and love. I think it's too early, and I know some kids, even if you enforce it, they're still going to break the rules and just take off the masks and stuff. And I was also wondering, for the middle school, we change the time of our classes every day. So like my gym time is at a different time every day, and it would just be a lot easier for me personally for it to just be the same time every day. Thank you.
I just want to add one more thing. I know I just want to wrap it up, but I do appreciate everything all the teachers have done, both at the middle school and the high school level where my kids are. The teachers have been phenomenal. I actually feel like they've been getting more support than when they were in person, honestly. They've both been able to reach out to their teachers and get one-on-one support. And I feel like we're finally in a good groove with what they're doing right now, that I just don't understand why now would, to make a change other than other districts around us are doing it. But I don't know that the science supports that or that that's safe for our teachers and our students. And I really hope with this is presented to the board for a vote that they really take into consideration everything that all parents have said this evening. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. So with that, that is the last of the hands that are raised. Do you see anything different, Paula?
I do not.
With that, we'll close public comments and bring it back to the side of the table. That will go to item number 6, communications. Mrs. Van Heidsma.
Yes. Hold on a second here. I have a few sheets of paper. Also, too, for everybody's just FYI, I know that we received a lot of communications as well, and I know that Mrs. Fitzpatrick and administrators are still working on responding to all of those because we did receive some communications today as well. So just FYI. List of communications. Ingrid Wicca regarding school reopen. John Dome, school reopen and curriculum. Danielle Hensel, school reopen curriculum. Communication from Barb Cousins, April Riker, remote plan. Kate Rubicki, concern with safety measures of return. Amy Hollowell, school reopen and curriculum. Allison Gardella, return face-to-face. Kristen Blankenship, learn and adapt. Tricia Donaldson, school reopen and curriculum. Angela Helverson, school reopen and curriculum. I think I said her name. Trish Martin, school reopen and curriculum. Veronica Dome, school reopen and curriculum. Amanda Sluss, remote learning. Lauren Sullivan, Kimberly O'Day, school open and curriculum. Holly Phillips, school reopen. Tammy Miller, school reopen. Jay Goodyear, school reopen and curriculum. Jesse Bagos, school reopen. Nicole Hall, curriculum. Ron Katek, millage. Rebecca Novak, school reopen and curriculum. Amanda Muckenthaler, school reopen.
Thank you very much. With that, we will move to the superintendent's comments.
Thank you, Mr. Brinker. We certainly have received a lot of communication and email calls to our offices. I know our administrators did as well, and I'll just echo with what Ms. Van Heidsma had to say. We are attempting, we do have some emails still to return and get back to, but I want everyone to be assured that we are working hard at doing that as well as listening to all the comments from the parents and staff members who've called in and shared with us their stories and their insights on these plans. I will say, and I know it's been echoed quite a bit, but we have put a lot of time and effort into this plan. And while the core of it is from July, we have learned a lot about the virus. We have a direct line now with Oakland County Health Department that we did not have back in August. We have a lot more information about the cases, and while the cases may be trending higher or there's more positive cases, we also know that the rates of impact on that from the county are actually trending lower for students of school age, and that there's other parts of our state that are going through things that we did weeks and months ago. So we are trying to keep up on that with the Oakland County Health Department support. As Ms. Abella shared tonight, it is very good news on the budget. I know that we had put a few things in place in our budget that would have been a completely different school year had those budget cuts come through that we were promised or threatened, and I'm glad to see that they did not, and that's good news for all of the public districts across the state of Michigan. Again, I'd like to just echo the responsiveness from Oakland County in general. There's several things that they have been involved with schools and investing on our behalf. Another round of the bottle filler water stations that we're working on with the county, as Ms. Abella, I believe, referred to. We're very appreciative of that work. We're also appreciative of the nurses that have been sent to our district from the county to help us mitigate the number of decisions and protocols that we need to put in place. And we are grateful for their expertise, and they've made themselves available quite often to us. And also the collaboration that we have now, again, that I mentioned earlier with Beaumont Hospital, as well as Oakland County, to really support us in schools. The last thing is that the county, and this was a press release, I believe, about a month ago, and they've been working on the details of it. They took $28 million at the county level and have now shared that with public districts across the county. And we know in Royal Oak that we're receiving part of that money, and it's directly to be spent on reimbursement for expenses due to COVID. Again, just speaks to the support that we have from our community to help us with these extended costs that were unforeseen and would have hit an already slim budget and made it even worse for districts. And so we're, again, appreciative of that money and working very hard at getting those reimbursements out to the county to get money back for the investments that we have made. And I also want to draw your attention to item 9.1 on your agenda this evening. It is the second reading of revision and replacement of policies and guidelines that we reviewed a month ago. This is now the second reading of those changes, and these are with reference to Title IX and changes from the federal level that impact the policies that we have, and that's on your agenda tonight for approval.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Superintendent Fitzpatrick? I see none. That will move us to the consent agenda. Currently, the consent agenda consists of item 8.1 personnel changes, 8.2 payment of expenses, 8.3 meeting minutes. Is there anything in addition to or subtracted from the consent agenda? Mrs. Sykes.
Okay, got it. I was going to add the 9.1 second reading, 9.2 the hand sanitizer contract, 9.3 the plow purchase, and 9.4 the Yo and Yo contract.
Any objections to adding those to the consent agenda? Again, all of the financial ones were discussed in facilities and finance very detailedly. So with no objections, the consent agenda is passed and consists of 8.1 personnel changes, 8.2 payment of expenses, 9.1 second reading of revised, replaced, and or recommended policies and guidelines, 9.2 the hand sanitizer contract, 9.3 the plow truck purchase, and 9.4 the Yo and Yo contract for the auditors. With that, we'll move on to the second public comment. Again, same rules apply. Would anyone like to address the board?
Jeff, I don't see anyone.
I don't either. With that, we will close public comment and move up to the board comments and liaison reports. Any board comments or liaison reports? Mrs. Van Heitzma.
Thank you, Mr. Brinker. Just a few different things. So I think, in listening to all the parent comments, and I know in the past week I've had a lot of conversations with parents of various age students. And so I think, for those we heard verbally today, I think we've also received written communications that feel differently. So I think, the challenge is everybody has a differing opinion of what's best, for their individual students. So I think we understand that and we hear all those concerns from everybody. I think that would be it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mrs. Sykes, excuse me.
I think it was, Marianne, was it 2 Fridays ago that we did the Royal Oak Youth Assistance backpack pack? We packed 175 backpacks with school supplies for kids from the elementary schools, middle school, and high school. The Myers at Woodward Corners donated all the school supplies, and some of them got, the elementary school kids each got a big stuffed animal, which stuck out of the head of the backpack, which was attractive as the vans pulled up early and the kids got to kind of say, can I have a bunny or not? But it was really good. I'm glad, and I assume that all the parents were very pleased. Everything was super nice, and so shop at Myers to support their gift to youth assistance.
Thank you. Any other comments? I see none. With that, reminder to the board, October 22nd, we have a training session at 6 p.m. So we will have them in teaching us all we need to know about the evaluation process. With no other comments for the good of the group, we are adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.